Okay, so good morning, everyone. Very happy to see you again here today, coming to open up the next LSSIP 25 cycle together with our colleagues of SDM. We welcome the people who are here with us in the room. We welcome the ones who are online, as this is going to be a hybrid setup. Before we start with the opening and with the interesting part, we also need to go with a little bit the logistics of how will be the setup for this hybrid meeting. So, Javi, please.
So good morning, I'm Javier Rosendo from EUROCONTROL team. Maria, if you can click again, so I think we share the, I think you passed one slide, Maria, if you can go back. That's it. Okay, so there we have how the meeting will be run in terms of the Teams connection and so on. Everybody here in the room, of course, you can speak up the moment you request so, but for everybody that is connected online, you are muted by default. The moment that we allow for a session of Q&A that will be after every presentation, you can request to speak and we will unmute you so you can speak up. The camera, you can use it at any time, so it's not blocked for you. For the Q&A, you can send any question at any time in the panel, even if it's not related to that specific presentation because you remember something at some point. If it's outside of that scope, it will be addressed by the panelists directly in the Teams meeting. If not, we will try to answer all of them after each session so the discussion goes smooth. You can use the chat panel as well in principle for these type of suggestions. If you don't listen, if there is any type of thing that something went wrong or whatever, you can share it with us. And that's it. And then, of course, probably you saw the pop-up in your Teams meeting, but the session is being recorded as every year. So it will be shared afterwards. So if anyone needs to check any information afterwards, you can do it. If you can pass the slide, Maria, because we need to share by regulation one video for everybody on site. It's about security and how it runs. So if you can click it.
Good. So now that all the logistics are all set, I'm very happy to give the floor for the opening keynotes to our head of the ATM Infrastructure Division of EUROCONTROL, Paul Bosman, that will be followed by a second one by our colleague Heiko Tepper, who is the head of the strategy and technical execution of the SESAR Deployment Manager. So, Paul, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Maria, and good morning, everyone. Are we excited? Yeah, ready to go? Ready to rock and roll? Good, good, good. So, indeed, I'm the head of the ATM Infrastructure Division in EUROCONTROL, and this is where we have bundled all the technology support that we give to our stakeholders since, what is now 5-6 years. It also says here on my badge, I don't know what all yours says, but it says here that I'm the organizer. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I haven't organized that much. I mean, you could have put here president of the fan club, supporter, sponsor, because in the end, the bill comes to me. But organizer, I think, is a bit of a stretch. I don't know what yours says, Heiko. Same, yeah? Okay, we'll take all the credits. No, again, special, very welcome to everybody. Good to see you all here. Also, very special welcome to Iceland. Iceland is now the latest and newest member in the LSSIP family. I had the pleasure and honor to be part of the negotiations that allowed for the accession of Iceland to EUROCONTROL. It's a fantastic country, fantastic people, fantastic technology as well. And so we're really happy to see you guys coming on board and see what we can learn from each other and move it all further forward. For those of you who are regulars to this event, sometimes you see me and sometimes you see Jacopo. And what is the logic? No, it's very simple. This event is very popular, yeah, for us who is allowed to do the keynote. So every year we do an arm wrestling, yeah. You see the result here today. Anyway, let's get into the business. The core reason that we have this whole LSIP process, event, data, procedures, documentation around it, etc., is that you can only improve what you measure. Yeah, and I think that's really what we need to keep on having in mind. And whatever you think sometimes about this monitoring and reporting and whether it's heavy or coming at the wrong moment when you have tons of other things to do, etc., or when you have to start bothering other colleagues to get data, etc., if we don't have a common picture on where we are with in Europe on the modernization of a European ATM, then we are clueless. So it's absolutely essential that we keep on working all together and get that data in the best possible shape. So in that sense, the LSIP Plus, as we now refer to it, I think is really the tool that we have in Europe. It exists for, what is it, more 25, 30 years? It's definitely from the last century, like myself and many of you. In many ways, it's also younger than ever, because there's a whole series of improvements that have been implemented under the leadership of Maria, who's now in place, what is it, 2.5 years? And just to name a few of them, we first of all completely revised what we call the co-creation. Co-creation is a term that we've learned from the SDM colleagues, is where you work much closer together with the stakeholders to put something new in place. And what we have done now is that any ECB-LSIP objective, so to say, is completely scrutinized by all the different NM working arrangements. This is not done by any secret club of people in corners or corridors or etc. No, it is done in total transparency and inclusiveness with a full wide European stakeholder community. And we're really literally talking thousands of people that get involved in the definition of what goes into these different objectives, etc. How exactly do we monitor them? How do we follow it all up, etc. Second, we are, since 3 years now, hosting our SDM colleagues in our building. We are part of SDM. We're a really proud member of SDM, and we see that cooperation strengthening itself on a daily basis. It's not always easy. It's sometimes a bit of a rock and roll, right? But we're making continuous improvements, and I'm really happy to see that, because in the end of the day, that allows for defragmentation, the removal of duplication, also around monitoring and reporting, etc. So that's good to see. We're also starting to include now the CNS Program Manager activities, which are a new mandate, so to say, from the European Commission, and that will certainly help with the whole modernization of the CNS infrastructure. And I don't know yet how much you're going to see of it today. I don't know if you're going to get a sneak preview, but there's a brand new IT tool that has been worked upon with our IT colleagues as well as with the SDM colleagues, etc. And that will allow for much more flexibility in terms of reporting more frequently, more, I would say, sometimes free format, not always that rigid format, etc. And also to allow for, I would say, much more flexibility that is so much needed when it comes to questionnaires, forms, and all these things, etc. All these changes that have happened already in the last couple of years led also to a very smooth PC approval process. I don't know how you guys look at that, but anything we send to the Provisional Council for approval, whether it's a budget approval or the yearly LSIP documentation, etc., we basically put our helmet on, yeah, because what you're going to get back is completely unpredictable. At least that's how we perceive it. Yeah, I'm sure you have a different view on that, but this is at least from our administrative view what we see. This year, however, it went extremely smooth. We got a lot of compliments. Thank you for that. We really appreciated that. And we had very few questions and actually things that very quickly were able to sort out. And that shows as well, I think, the value of this co-creation involving everybody, but also shows the value of working closely together with the state representatives, from an early moment on to really make sure that we have this common view of where we are in the whole modernization of European ATM. Now, much more is coming. For those of you who are following these things, you will have seen that in the SES2+, which is now adopted legislation since 1st of December last year, there are new articles. There's the Article 37, there's the Article 38, and that puts much more focus on planning, on monitoring, on reporting, on coordination of the management, of deployment, etc. All these good words are all coming together in both a function, meaning that there is further increased responsibilities on all of you, as well as further activities and responsibilities on the network manager in the Article 38 on the task. So a function is for you guys, a task is for us. So in that task also, it stipulates now that we need to really further strengthen the way that we are doing the monitoring reporting in support to all of you. So again, the LSSIP tool, I think, is more alive than ever. You see it as well in another activity that's at the moment getting a lot of attention, and that's the definition of the CP2. I'm sure several of you are involved in that. We are, under the leadership of the SDU colleagues at the moment, defining what's going to be in the next common project, the regulatory perspective on what must we absolutely all together in a harmonized way implement over the coming years. And again, the LSSIP tool will be the center of the attention, so to say, in terms again of the monitoring reporting around these things. Also, more strategic alliances are coming. We know already, of course, with SDM, with the SDU, with ICAO. There's more in the pipe, and hopefully soon we're going to be able to make some cool announcements around that. So again, for you to remember, please, our motto is really we collect once and we use many. And I think that's really what you're going to see in the different presentations today. And I think specifically in these days of budget cuts and reductions, I think it's very important that we keep on working as close as possible together to avoid any duplication. So thanks again. Thanks again to the partners, to SDU, SDM, particularly ICAO. Again, it will all come by again in the presentations today. Thanks to all of you for making it run so smoothly. And we're looking really forward to the further improvements and the cooperation that we're doing all together. I think that's it that I have to say. The rest of the entertainment will be provided by Heiko. Yeah, I wish you all a great day and see you next time.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Also a warm welcome and good morning from my side. My name is Heiko Tepa. I am the head of the strategy and technical execution unit at the SESAR Deployment Manager, and I'm very happy to be here and to deliver the keynote speech and welcome you all to this event. And it's the same thing. I have the same problem like you, Paul. I'm also wearing false feathers, so I'm not the one deserving this kind of honor because, as you said, I also did not that much to really organize it. So therefore, thank you for giving me this kind of honor. Even I think I didn't deserve it, but okay. I'm very happy to be here. I see a lot of faces around that I already know, but I also see some unknown faces, and I hope the same refers to you. But I will come later to that. So there are not that many occasions where we all have the possibility to meet and greet and to sit together in one room. And I think that's also very important to emphasize that and also to make the best out of this event. And I would like to start my keynote speech in emphasizing that after 4 years of close cooperation between our organizations, STM and EUROCONTROL, we are continuing to work together to support a lean and unified reporting from stakeholders on ATM modernization in Europe. We committed years ago to establish a single entry point to collect all ground data associated to ATM modernization, avoid duplications, and most of all, reduce the burden on you for the reporting. I've been working for decades for the German ANSP, the DFS, and I also have a military background, so I know how cumbersome this reporting can be when you have a lot of other tasks to do, and that's not what you really like to say, oh, now I have to do this, and I have to fill in this form, I have to answer this question. So I'm well aware of those topics. And we know that this is even harder when several organizations are involved and not you as, let's say, a single organization. And we here try to help you as much as possible, and we are really focused on making it as easy and as smooth as possible for you. You are also well aware that we, as SDM, as part of our mandate, are entrusted by the European Commission not just to support you, but also to closely monitor the implementation of the Common Project 1. And such a mandate is balanced by the parallel obligation set on operational stakeholders and states to report on its deployment. The well-established process, Paul already talked about that, we have in place allows both us and stakeholders to comply with our obligations. And when we combine the data collected by the LSSIP Plus tool with additional data that the SDM retrieves from airspace users and the network manager, we can build the most comprehensive and exhaustive document on how CP1 deployment is moving. And then with this data, we will produce the so-called SDP monitoring view that we plan to publish in June 2025. These data, even before its formal publication in June, is used to update the European Commission on the status of deployment of this important regulation. The SESAR Deployment Program is your sole reference to consult if you are looking for details on how to deploy CP1 content. Also, the SDP monitoring view is the sole reference to get information on the CP1 status of deployment. I encourage you to look them up whenever you are in need of guidance, or just reach out to us. We are there to help you and to support you. The SDP 2024 continues to be the baseline for the monitoring cycle we are launching today, with the additional guidance provided by the SDP supporting material from 2025 that was published after weeks of consultation and dialogue with the ATM community. The information we collect through our monitoring helps us a lot in playing our role in coordinating deployment. The yearly editions of the monitoring view will continue to help the whole industry to have a clearer view on where we stand, the progress we made so far, and what is still required. This is particularly important for the technologies that we want to steer and coordinate, like SWIM and the initial trajectory information sharing, that have been subject to dedicated updates in the latest edition of the SDP. So the latest picture that we took of CP1 progress was quite good. We know that the situation of CP1 deployment, what is our direct SDM coordination, has rapidly improved in the last years. By end of 24, we were at 46% of implementation completion, which is a jump of 4 percentage points compared to the previous monitoring cycle. Another 45% of CP1 is already ongoing, in several cases with the support of EU funding and SDM coordination, which helps us to keep our grip on deployment progress. We have already closed 6 families out of the 25 included in the CP1 scope, and we have several others for which the compliance rate is above 90%. With just a few additional implementations coming to completion in the near future. Regulatory deadlines will continue to come from now until 2027, many of those already by the end of 25. For example, airport safety nets, free route, and of course, SWIM. It is essential that we get a full picture of where we stand and where deployment is going. It is only by building this picture that we can look at the issue and, whenever it's possible, for us to come to your support. Exactly this constant tracking of stakeholders, projects and plans is what allows us to have insights and make estimates about what is coming in the near future. We are currently running a dedicated set of meetings with local stakeholders, as well as the NCAs and NSAs in line with their key role set in the CES2 Plus regulation, to check every potential risk of delay, non-compliances, discussing over 250 local instances in order to understand what we can do to guide and support deployment as much as we can. This progress was achieved and will be achieved because of the effort and commitment of you as stakeholders to work together and modernize the way we are running ATM in Europe. And part of your commitment is also known by your participation to this exercise, which could not succeed without you. I want to close my intervention specifically by thanking you for all engaging with us, with our teams. I think that's really very important. We build this together. We are one and we need to build the future of ATM in Europe together. We cannot do it alone. From now on, I think Maria, Ramon, and their excellent teams will further guide you through all the specifics on this year's exercise, on the new items you could face. I wish you all an enjoyable and fruitful meeting. And please also use this meeting and the breaks that we have to discuss, to contact each other, to really learn from each other, to really build a network that we can all learn from. So thank you very much. And again, I wish you a very fruitful meeting.
Thank you very much, Heiko. Thank you very much, Paul. I think you have set the scene for today's day very well. Thanks a lot for the recognition of everybody's work, of the importance of the activities which some of us facilitate and lead, and some of you actively contribute to. Now, let's see how the day will roll out. I hope you are ready for a very intense day of a lot of presentations. And the agenda that we have prepared today, together with the SDM colleagues for today is grouped in several blocks. So we will start now with the adoption. This is what I have here as a first part of it. The agenda will be the first group, focus on planned and monitored evolutions. We is going to be split in 3 slots. The first one dedicated to the EUROCONTROL implementation plan and report, 2025, EIPAR. Then it will be followed of update on the ICAO ASBUs implementation. Then we have a very important slot dedicated to CP1, where our colleagues from SDM will cover all SESAR Deployment Program 24 related topics. Then we will go into the second part. Of course, we will have breaks, we will have lunch in between. We will focus on the cycle 2025. Just after lunch, we will present what is the timeline. Everybody's interested, you know, the ones who are involved. We always have a very tight timeline. We will explain again what and how things are planned and how, in what order they will happen this year. And we will also cover a little bit of the planning of the EIPAR elaboration process as well. Then we go into the next block, which is going to be dedicated on the questionnaires. We have a lot of feedback, a lot of questions on the questionnaires in general. This year, again, we started doing this 2 years ago, but again, we foresee on the agenda presentations which will present you the different modules, the different questionnaires that you will be requested to fill in during this cycle. We will cover the projects module. We will cover the monitoring of the ATM master plan through the SESAR Solutions questionnaire. And we also have a slot dedicated on the CNS PM related questionnaires. Then we will end the day with a slot which we traditionally dedicate to our stakeholders. We will give, first we will make a presentation on something that is long expected, already mentioned by Paul, the PRM tool. We will present what we are preparing for you, what will be the new time slot, what will be the new tool as of next cycle. And then we will end up the day with, again, best practice sharing on how the process works in one of our member states. So this time we will give the slot to France, and Eric will share the French experience with the process. Then we will wrap up and close the notes. This is the agenda. I hope everybody agree with it. No comments. And if this is the case, then let's continue with the first one, which is going to be dedicated to the EUROCONTROL implementation plan and report. Here, together with the people from my team, Felicidad Ramos Majavacas, Serena Trombiero, Luca Del Orto, we will guide you through, some important points related to the EIPAR related activities. I'm Maria Koleva. I'm the head of the implementation planning and support. And I will start with the introduction. Actually, a lot of it has been already mentioned by Paul, but let's remind, what is the EUROCONTROL implementation plan and report? So this is already not a new deliverable. We have introduced this since last year, and we are already on the 2nd edition. it was a continuation of the ATM Master Plan Level 3. And now we have brought this document fully under the governance of EUROCONTROL, together with our member states and comprehensive agreement states, because we are engaged into this provision. We are engaged to reply to the request of our member states to maintain an overview of the ATM modernization, a full implementation overview of all the activities that our member states and all the stakeholders within those states are performing in order to keep ATM moving forward. We made this change last year that we brought together into one document the planning and the reporting. It is important for us to keep all this information together because we really believe this is something that will serve and even stronger in the future, the different decision-making processes. We have a lot of information, but all of it is built, is used on the concept of the implementation objective. So we have the implementation objectives, which are a set of defined, agreed at the level of the Provisional Council actions that explain to our stakeholders what they have to do, when, what, by how, in coordination with whom. It is a very flexible concept we have discovered. As Paul already mentioned, the LC process is very old already. It's been many years that EUROCONTROL is running it, but the key element of it has always been the implementation objective, which is flexible enough to allow us to trace to different strategic elements, being it at global level, being it at European level to the ATM Master Plan, or to some specific regulations like CP1. We are fully aligned, and this edition in 2025 again is fully aligned with the SESAR Deployment Program and also with the newly adopted last year ATM Master Plan 25. We have two parts of the documents that are providing a lot of information that you can download from the web. But what is important also to understand that the EIPAR is, and not to understand and not to forget, but EIPAR is a product of a very strong collaboration. As already again mentioned, Paul really mentioned several key points which are very important for us in EUROCONTROL. We are working on the definition of the planning part even stronger than ever with you, with the operational stakeholders. Through the collaborative decision making of the network manager, we have get really closer to the real world operational needs. It allows us from now on to better focus the content of the EIPAR, the new implementation objectives on real operational needs and also in line with the agreed network priorities. Because this planning is not only used by you as an entry point for your local implementation plans and investment planning, but this also directly supports the network operations planning for the NOP, where we are building constantly even stronger relationship and dependencies. And of course, it is also clear, but it's still worth mentioning, we continue through this process to ensure the implementation progress of the ATM Master Plan. So this collaborative process allows us to define the planning input that is the main entry to the LC process today. This, as some of you already shared during the break, heavy mechanism that is strong enough, robust enough to go through different types of adaptations, but actually is proving to work because it involves in a transparent way all of the different stakeholders, all of the EUROCONTROL member states, and where we play the role to support you and to ensure that we are able to collect all this information, to have this, aggregate all this information all together, because we are strongly dedicated to the unified planning, to the unified reporting, and we make sure that we also evolve the tool set to support these activities. So now I will, before handing on the floor to my colleagues, which will give you a lot of details and statistics, I just want to highlight that this focus on the operational need allowed us to reduce the number of implementation objectives. It is not the number that counts, but this is really the first result we have seen this year. We are really refocusing the objectives on the things that we had confirmation are really important for the NM working arrangements, for the different expert groups and the different stakeholders. And we have added a few new objectives, allowing us even to add new domains to the ones that we already cover, because as we already mentioned several times, it is a full overview, full from geographical scope, but full also from ATM scope. We are covering all ATM domains in which we have important evolutions at the moment. And this year we have added two, which are fully in line with the different master plan and network priorities, with the digital transformation, and also with one dedicated to CNS, totally new domains. And with this, I will now hand off the floor to have a look into the outcome of the reporting cycle 2024, where Serena will present to you the key findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So morning, I'm Serena Trombiero from the PAS unit. So in this section of the slides, voila, I will get you through the key findings of the reporting output of EIPAR 2025. During the 2024 reporting cycle, then, 5 implementation objectives were reported as achieved, meaning that the 80% of the overall applicability area achieved, let's say, completed these objectives. And then based on the results of the reporting output, 2 objectives in the safety management area were put on hold. And GBUS for category 2 was removed from the 2025 EIPAR planning. So overall, in the past year, the ATM stakeholders have kept investing the implementation of solutions to modernize the ATM and improve operations. So the 2024 monitoring cycle shows that significant progress has been made across several key objectives. It is the case of remote tower services, whose concept is set to evolve further with the launch of the new objective, multiple remote tower modules. Also, the CP1 objectives, initial AOP NOP information sharing, network information exchange service, INF 10.12, and cooperative network information exchange services, INF 10.15, 16, and 17 have considerably progressed during the last cycle. It's also worth noticing that the declustering of the ATC tools into individual functionalities and thus objectives has identified strong trends, supporting then the expansion of cross-border free router space. Furthermore, air-ground communication objectives defined under the interoperability ATM area approached completion as well, and we will see it a bit further in the slides. The reporting output on the other side highlighted also areas that require still a bit of attention, such as GBUS, as I mentioned already, for category 1, 2, and landing, was implementation is extremely limited and has been removed then from the planning part of the 2025 EIPAR. And the implementation of SATCOM Class B for ATC data link services, which still requires a coordinated COM strategy at ICAO level. In the reporting output will be now presented at the level of ATM areas, 10 clusters in which we group all the active 83 implementation objectives, which were the subject of 2024 reporting cycle. So let's start with AOM. So for what concerns airspace organization and management, this includes further steps toward trajectory-based operations by enhancing free route and free route airspace processes and system support. The total number of objectives, as you can see, is 5, out of which 4 are regulated. And as key highlight for 2024 reporting cycle, it is worth mentioning that management of predefined airspace configurations, ASM and APWA and initial free route airspace were already achieved during the previous reporting cycles, driven by CP1 regulation. And they're achieved both in the regulated applicability area and in the non-regulated one as well. For what concerns enhanced free route airspace operations, despite an improvement in implementation rate, the final implementation will happen beyond the FOC date. Airport operations covers both changes to operations at airports and in the terminal maneuvering area airspace to maintain the operational capacity under limiting conditions, but also covers changes that allow increase in operational capacity during normal conditions. The total number of objectives is 18, out of which 6 are regulated. From the highlights, we can see that the envisaged implementation date of ASM GTS Surveillance Service Level 2 and provision and integration of DEP planning info to an MOC have been postponed to 2025 and 2026 respectively, whilst remote tower services will be implemented on time in 2028. ASM GTS Surveillance Service Level 1 has achieved completion during the reporting cycle, with a completion rate of 80%, with 3 new airports having implemented it. The other objectives have shown either a low progress or they are late or still not yet planned. The air traffic control area addresses ATC ground-based safety nets, conflict detection tools, departure management, and its coordination with arrival management, and it counts 14 objectives and 5 are regulated. Achievement across ICAO Plus is currently expected by the end of 2026 for automated support for conformance monitoring tools, ATC 12.1.4, followed by the other functionalities. These functionalities, so these 4 objectives address the individual functionalities previously clustered in the one single objective, ATC 12.1. Arrival management extended to en route airspace is a CP1 regulated objective with a planned delay with respect to the FOC date in 2024, and thus achievement is envisaged by 2027 so far. The other objectives' estimated achievement dates are currently not available. Communication-related implementation initiatives address specific shortcomings faced by the European ATM network and support the deployment of new technologies. The total number of implementation objectives here is 4, and as per highlights, NUPENS has been achieved during the past reporting cycle, with 36 states having completed it. VoIP in en route and in airport and terminal are both declared late. However, for the first one, the procurement and the installation of new systems have already been finalized in several centers, while for the second one, more than a half of the states not having yet completed the implementation have reported a progress above 50%. Air traffic services data link using SATCOM Class B has not been fully planned yet, as we already mentioned before. Environmental area includes objectives that increase the operational efficiency and seek to reduce environmental impact at or near airports, with a total of 2 objectives. Continuous descent operation is late, with an estimated achievement at the end of 2026, while continuous climb operations is on time, and it has been completed already in 56 airports. Regarding flow and capacity management, the ATM collaborative network enables all relevant stakeholders to participate in collaborative decision-making processes and to negotiate their preferences and reach agreements which benefit the entire network performances. This ATM cluster counts 6 objectives and 5 are regulated. From the highlights, enhanced short-term ATFCM measures and interactive rolling up implementations have been completed already in 2023. Automated support for traffic complexity assessment and flight planning interfaces, it's late, with envisaged completion date in mid-2032. However, the main functionality, traffic complexity assessment, has been implemented already by 39 out of 42 states in the applicability areas, including all the CP1 states. Initial AOP NOP information sharing and AOP NOP integration are showing a low completion rate, but are progressing well, while collaborative flight planning completion date has been shifted from 2024 to 2025. Information management ATM area includes the SWIM services under the umbrella of CP1 regulation, which aim to enable the implementation of an ATM interconnected network. It counts 23 objectives and only one is not regulated, and it's INF07, electronic and obstacle data, which is currently late. For most of the CP1 info objectives, the stakeholders have not declared concrete plans yet, while the FOC target date still remains in 2025. Most of the progress registered for this cluster during 2024 is related to Family 531, Aeronautical Information Exchange, and to Family 551, Cooperative Network Information Exchange, with INF 1015 and 17 measures and counts services, which are the only 2 services currently on time. INF 10.18 filing service, on the other hand, can be considered as fully achieved, as the NM-related activities were fully completed, and the remaining airspace users' activities are not in scope of the LSIP reporting cycle. Also, INF 10.22 trial service, it's an NM-only service, has been marked as completed since 2022 already. The interoperability ATM area includes objectives originated from the interoperability regulation, which has been repealed. However, the 4 implementation objectives are still relevant, as the functionalities addressed by them are now addressed by other regulations. So initial ATC, air ground data link services, and 8.33 kHz air ground voice channel spacing have been reported as achieved during the 2024 cycle. Nonetheless, the full deployment is a process spread across a long period of time, and thus it will require more time to equip all categories of airspace users. Within the 5 objectives in the navigation area, 4 are regulated by the PBN EU regulation, as performance-based navigation helps to increase efficiency, capacity, and reduce environmental impact while improving airport access. Despite the high interest in EU reported in 2023, In the past reporting cycle, RMP1 in terminal maneuvering area operations showed 5 location reopening activities after having declared them completed. RNAV1 in terminal maneuvering area operations is the most advanced objective, and its estimated achievement is foreseen by 2030, which coincides with the date imposed by PPN regulation, by the way. RMP approach procedures to instrument runway is showing a slight increase in progress, while the other 2 objectives showed lower level of interest. The safety management related objectives address the implementation of measures to reduce risk to aircraft operations caused by airspace infringements and runway excursions. The total number of objectives is 2, and they both showed a slight or no increase in the progress during 2024, and that's the reason why we put them on hold in the EIPAR 2025 planning. As you know, we also collect information about orphan solutions, which are the ones that have passed the industrialization phase but have no active implementation objectives linked to them. The info we collected through the SESAR Solution questionnaire embedded in the LSIP database is mainly used to identify their market uptake. And from the 2025 reporting, we see that out of 44 orphan solutions, 19 showed no market uptake. And I will leave the floor now for the planning part to my colleague. Should I already go?
Thank you, Serena. And now we land into the planning part of EIPAR. How is it built? As already presented, once the monitoring cycle each year has been finalized, we examine and analyze all the reporting gathered from you, from the stakeholders, and also we analyze other strategic documents like happened this year with the publication of the new ATM Master Plan 2025, and always trying to respond to the operational needs from stakeholders. We build the plan for the following year. So as a result, concretely for this edition 2025, the novelties you will find with regard to the planning part are the following ones. 1 implementation objectives has been activated, AOP 14.2. And 4 new implementation objectives have been created, AOM 22, FCM 12, DGT01, CNS 01. All this information is available, of course, in our EIPAR 2025 edition, but also it will be also updated in the ATM portal, where you will find it updated and where you will find all these new objectives reflected in the coming days. In the following slides, I will go and I will present in these main insights of the new objectives from edition 2025. Even if, as you may be aware, that there is already a webinar, dedicated webinar, organized in November 13th, where we will go into the technical details of each of these new objectives, where we will try to explain what is expected from you to start the implementation already, to plan, to build this plan, and also to prepare the reporting later on. Let's start with the activated objective, which is AOP 14.2, about the multiple remote tower concept. The baseline concept of a remote tower is already being implemented in AOP 14.1. This objective was already in EIPAR 2024 edition, but it was in an initial status, waiting for the SESAR solution linked to it to be ready for implementation. This year, this SESAR solution has reached the level of maturity expected, so it's ready for deployment. And also, this concept appears in the ATM Master Plan edition 2025, linked to SDO number 6, Strategic Deployment Objective number 6. Also, the supporting material is ready, and these are the reasons why it has been decided to activate this objective. It has been worked under AOT, Network Manager Arrangements, and following the agreement of NDOP and NDTEC. The new objectives. It's important to note that these new objectives has been built after the initial analysis we made in collaboration and coordination with organizations such as SESAR Deployment Manager, the SEAU, and always trying to respond to the operational needs and align to the strategic paths that are now driving the ITM modernization. These new objectives obviously are in the SESAR, in the new SESAR ATM Master Plan 2025, but it's important to note that only two will be linked to SESAR Solutions. There are two new objectives that are not linked to any SESAR solution in the ATM Master Plan. So let's start with AOM 22, Improve OAT Flight Plan. This objective is new and has been worked together with the EUROCONTROL Civil Military Coordination Division. And it has been presented, discussed, and agreed under MILHAP and MAP and network collaborative arrangements. FCM 12, regarding the proactive flight delay criticality indicator. This has been worked through EUROCONTROL Network Manager, and it has been approved on the ODSG and NetOps. These two objectives are the ones who are linked to SESAR solution in the ATM Master Plan. So, like previously worked before. CNS 01, National Minimum Operational Network. This new objective is obviously linked to an SDO in the ATM Master Plan. This CNS 01 is linked to SDO 9, and it has been worked together with the CNS Program Manager and following the agreement of JCSP and also approved by NDOP NDTEP. This one is not linked to any SESAR solution in the ATM Master Plan yet. And DGT01, last one is regarding the ATM cloud-based infrastructure. It appears, of course, in the ATM Master Plan as one of the two initiatives identified for the future digitalization of ATM services, and has been worked together with network manager experts, SESAR Deployment Managers. So these four objectives, also the activated one, will be explained in detail. We will go in depth in the technical details in the webinar that it's already organized in November 13th, where you can already register. You will find the link in the slides. And we will try also not to explain all the technical details, but also to try to solve questions that you may have to launch the implementation. And now I give the floor to my colleague, Luca, who will present the updated process.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Luca Dell'Orto, contact person for NEFAB. So let's start with the EIPAR process. So what you see here is a picture that describes the process that underpins the creation of new implementation objectives in the EIPAR, and to some extent also the maintenance and update of existing implementation objectives. Why I'm showing it to you today? Because we have worked at the process to make it even more inclusive and collaborative. You have already heard from Paul and from Maria. Implementation objectives don't come out of the blue. They come out as the outcome of a process that considers what is required for the operational improvements for the network or locally. And this year we have announced it to take into account the need expressed by a number of you, a number of states, to be included into the discussion of the creation of new implementation objectives at an early stage. Therefore, what you will find new for this year is that the LSIP focal points are offered the possibility, fully voluntary, to be part of the process of identifying and creating new implementation objectives. Also, you will be invited, if you so wish, to participate into the finalization of the EIPAR document before it is sent to the end open-ended tech for the final agreement on it. What remains that what was already the case last year, there will still be LSIP focal point information sessions. You may remember, for those the many of you actually that are here and that were already part of the LSIP process last year, that we held 3 information sessions at various points during the cycle. So those are staying. Now, if we go into the details of the process, you see that it is made of 7 main steps from top left to bottom left. The first one is identification of the areas that require an attention and that are possible topics to create new implementation objectives. This is an activity that is mainly run within the EUROCONTROL agency and the EUROCONTROL experts, but we will see that there is also an input from the SJU in this case, but from any organization that would highlight needs at strategic level that need to be picked up to create new implementation objective. Then the proposals are further elaborated, then presented and proposed to our decision-making body, which is the end of an NDTech joint session. Then there is a work on step 3 to create a first draft of the implementation objectives, outline descriptions and deployment objectives, implementation objectives. These 3 steps include some iterations. They are not fully linear. Then in step 4, we verify that the objectives have all the elements in place, supported by all necessary elements to be implemented. In this case, we take the opportunity of the existence of the SESAR JU TCG, which is a group under SESAR 3JU, chaired by the SJU, co-chaired by the SDM. We have the participation of EASA and EUROCAI, where we can actually identify if standards and technical material is available or coming into fruition, so that the implementation objective can actually be implemented by organizations. Then the objectives are brought to the end open-ended tech for their agreement, and if they receive the agreement, then they are sent to the provisional council, the highest group in the governance of EUROCONTROL organization, and then published in the EIPAR. So these green boxes show the elements of information and coordination that were already existing last year. So you see at the beginning coordination with the S3JU for the strategic elements. We are closely linked to the ATM Master Plan. Master Plan 2025 was published at the beginning of this year. Then 2 information sessions, those that I was referring to mid-cycle in LSIP terms, where last year we gave you an overview of what was proposed as potential new objectives, but also what was proposed to be closed as achieved or removed or put on hold. You just heard about 2 objectives that were put on hold this year. And then a final information after the June session of the end of NDTech joint session to inform you on the decisions taken there. But now, this year, we have 3 new points of contact, specifically with the LSIP focal points and organizations working in the LSIP. As I said, these are fully voluntary. So those of you, those organizations that want to participate are welcome to contribute. Otherwise, you will be informed as it was done in the past. So first of all, in October, you will be informed on the candidate subjects for new implementation objectives. By the way, you will see that they will be in an ENDOP-NDTEC joint session paper for November. In winter, you will be involved, again, fully voluntarily, in the description of the new implementation objectives, together with the EUROCONTROL experts and expert teams, where your national experts are involved. And in late spring, you will be involved, again, if you so wish, to finalizing the draft of the EIPAR document, the EIPAR that includes both the planning and the reporting for submission to the ENDOP-NDTEC. So these closes my short overview. Thank you. Yes, I was forgetting this one. There is actually an ad hoc session on the 15th of October to present you more in detail what will be the process, the working arrangements for this year in this process that has been so heavily revised to include all possible coordination points. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. And I just want to say that there is also a more detailed timeline with dates, but it will come a little bit later today when Javier will present the timeline for this year's process. Okay, here is now the opportunity for you to ask question or clarification on all the information that we have shared with you. It is all very quiet. Maybe it's all still early morning and you are not fully awakened yet. Okay, if you don't have any questions, I'm sure you have many, but okay, maybe they will come a little bit later. Don't hesitate. Again, you're here today in order to also make some clarifications on all these elements that are shared with you. You can use also the Teams Q&A channel. I don't see if we have questions. I don't see if we have questions there. I don't see anything, but please don't hesitate. Okay, Andrea, thank you.
Yeah, very simply, just to ask whether there is already an invitation sent for the meeting that Luca was mentioning on the 15th.
We will do it tomorrow. So we were just finalizing this. It's not yet sent out. We wanted first to inform you that we are planning to have, really an hour and a half dedicated on this so that we can address all the details about this adaptation that I, again, underline we are bringing following on the feedback that we have got from you, how to further evolve this process. Okay. So thank you. Yes. Okay, Lucy.
With regards to a possibility to attend that EIPAR meeting, is it possible to extend the invite to our subject matter experts? Because most of the focal points, we're not technical experts, so.
Absolutely. Yes, of course. Our main channel communication of what regards EIPAR and LSIP will always be the national focal point because this is our main interface. But of course, we rely on you, on your assessment of who else from your other experts you need to involve on the different subjects. So of course, when we send an invitation, feel free to extend it to the people of your teams and organizations within your states that could be interested or concerned by the topic. Good. Thank you. Anybody else for last question before we give the floor to ICAO reporting? No? Okay, good. So if we don't have any more questions, then I give the next slot to Octavian.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Maria. So my name is Octavian Chora. I'm working for this unit. I am an organizer. And actually, I'm working together with Sven Halle from ICAO Paris office, who was not able to be with us today, but he's connected online. He's in a different meeting. And well, there is again this time of the year when I'm supposed to give a presentation on an activity which, if we do it right, and I hope that we do it right, is fully transparent to you. You as a focal point should not even know that we are doing it, because actually it is so well embedded in the LC process that it is hidden in plain sight. And this activity is the ASBU implementation monitoring report. So the first objective of my presentation to do it to remind you about this presentation. And secondly, to also remind you why we are doing it, because at the end of the day, this is not an EUROCONTROL initiative. It is an ICAO activity. We are doing it together with ICAO, and actually it was requested by the ICAO ENPG, European Air Navigation Planning Group, some 12 years ago. Because the ENPG was, and still is, under a different name now, actually it was the highest planning and implementation body in the European region in terms of ICAO organization. So it is ICAO which has requested to its member states, to the contracting states in the European region, to set up a process to be able to monitor and follow up the implementation of the ASBUs and the implementation of the GAM. So the point is that being an ICAO, with or without LSIP, this process is going to continue. So it's a good opportunity to remember that if it will not be within the LC process, it will be just a second or another or a third or a fourth reporting line on your desk. As I said, it's ICAO. So when we say ICAO, it's a lot of formalism in the process. But the way it is organized now, it's heavily relying on LSIP. It's heavily relying on you. Because actually, some 80% of the information coming in the report, the 80% of the information you find in the report is coming through the LC process, either through the implementation objectives, because each implementation objective is linked to an ICAO ASBU in most of the cases, and also via some dedicated questionnaires. For you as LSIP, we don't have ICAO questionnaires, but we are having some questionnaires which are running for different purposes, but we are using this information also for ICAO. So there is no an extra questionnaire from ICAO on you. So what you are going to see in my presentation today, and even with the risk to disappoint you, and I know I'm going to disappoint you, you are not going to see many numbers and percentages in my presentation, because you just heard the presentation on the reporting part of the EIPAR 30 minutes ago. So by now, you all know how well we are doing in Europe. You all know how blessed we are for having SESAR in European region. So my presentation today is more about why we are doing it, how we are doing it, how we integrate the data flows from LTIP and from non-LTIP, because this report is covering 55 states in the European region, way beyond what we have within the usual LTIP portfolio. So first of all, why we are doing it? And as I said, actually it was a process which was set up, was requested and established by the European Air Navigation Planning Group 12 years ago. And this continues because this ENPG, which is now called the ESPG, European Aviation System Planning Group, which in the European region, actually it is a planning and implementation regional group, which is translating the global air navigation plan into the European version, which is the European Air Navigation Plan. So this group has requested its contracting parties, therefore the states, to set up a monitoring process to know where we are in the European region with the ASBU implementation. And we'll see later in my slide that apparently we are doing it so well that not earlier than last week, the ICAO 42nd Assembly has asked the other regions of the world to do something similar. So we have started it We are now in the 11th edition of the report. You see all of them. And if anything, you see we like aircraft in this process. So it is a key document. This book is a key document for ICAO because actually this book is the evidence that the states and us, ICAO and EUROCONTROL and you, actually we are fulfilling the request expressed by the SPG 12 years ago. This is the book which shows we can go back to the states and say, yes, we did what you have asked us to do. And actually you don't have to believe me. You don't have to trust me. I know you do, but you don't have to. It's enough to look in the European Air Navigation Plan, which is the official deliverable of the ESPG. And you see there that this book actually is heavily referenced in the volume 3 of the plan. There are entire sections of the European Air Navigation Plan which say, for information, look into ICAO ASBU implementation report. It is considered a companion document to the plan because I say again, ICAO is very formal, so the structure of the European Air Navigation Plan is quite cast in stone. So this is not part of the plan, it's a companion document. But in practical terms, actually, de facto, if you go on the ICAO website in the ENP, European Air Navigation Plan, you see that this document is exactly at the same level as the other 3 volumes of the European Air Navigation Plan. Now, as I said, ICAO, very formal, actually is the ESPG who is owning this document. They are endorsing this document every year at the end of the year in their plenary meetings. So we don't have a lot of control. Everything is under the ESPG, and it's for them to define the scope of the report. And here we can talk about 2 dimensions. First is the geographical scope of the report, and then is the content scope of the report. In terms of geographical scope, we are covering 55 out of the 56 contracting states of the European North Atlantic region. So we are covering all the states of the region apart Iceland, which is a newcomer to the LSIP process, but it is fully in the North Atlantic. All the other states of the region are also part of the European region, even if they have airspace in the North Atlantic as well. So we are covering 55 out of the 56 contracting states. And you see on the map of the world, we are probably covering the largest ICAO region in the world. And not only the largest in geographical terms, even if we go from the Atlantic to the Strait of Bering and from Sahara to the North Pole, we are also covering 55 states of the 193 contracting states worldwide. And not only size, but also we are covering a lot of different complexities, a lot of different ATM environments with this report. And then in terms of data sources, we are using for the map on your right, we are using the LSIP, and we are using something else, which is a dedicated questionnaire only for the non-LSIP states. I'll explain a bit later how we do it. In terms of content of the report, again, it's not for us to decide what we need to monitor, it's the ESPG. And the ESPG has set up a project transition team project, which reviewed GAMP6 some 5 years ago, and they have reviewed everything. They have reviewed the entire content of the GAMP and have identified what needs to be monitored in the European region. First, they have decided that we need to monitor Block 0 and Block 1. And secondly, they reviewed all the elements, and of course, GAMP is worldwide applicable. Not everything is relevant in Europe. So it's up to them to decide, it's up to ICAO to decide what elements. And this project team has decided that we need to monitor 87 block ASBU elements in the report, and this is what we are doing. And again, if we want to change this, if we want to add or to remove an element, it's not up to us, it's up to ICAO. So we have to go through the ICAO ESPG. Now, which are the data sources? As I said, we use 2 data sources. The main one and the one which is really relevant to you is the LSIP. And how we can do this, because actually the same project team which identified what elements need to be monitored in Europe has also identified the links between the elements and the corresponding SESAR objectives. So it's this group, and this correspondence has been approved also by the SPG. So this group, which was active some 5 years ago, has verified everything, has checked all the elements, all the objectives, and then they came back with the conclusion, okay, this element is linked to this implementation objective. In most of the cases, it's a one-to-one match. There are very, very few instances where we might have an element linked to several objectives or to several SLAs or a subset of SLAs. But in most of the cases, it's a one-to-one. It's a bidirectional link because if you look in the ASBU report, you see, which is of course ASBU element centric, you see the links from the ASBU elements to the implementation objectives. But from your perspective as LSSIP focal point, when you go in the database, you see a column called ICAO. So whenever you see that tick there, this means that this implementation objective is linked to at least one element of the ASBUs. And if you hover with your mouse, you also see to which element. So by this, you know that when you're reporting, for example, on AOP 42, you are also de facto reporting on SERV B03. So this is the main source of data. We are also using the surveillance questionnaire, and we are also using the PBN map tool, which is a database which is maintained by our PBN colleagues on the implementation of PBN on all the runway ends in the ICAO area. For the non-LSSIP states, we are using something different, which has a lot of similarities. So it looks like an LSSIP, it feels like an LSSIP, but it's not really an LSSIP. We are using information from other ICAO groups in order not to reinvent the wheel and duplicate information which might be already available to ICAO. And I mean the MET group for MET elements, the AIM group for DIM elements. And we are also using any other source which might become available, like, for example, the ERNIP. We are checking the IPs. And this is quite important breakthrough this year. We are also using information for the first time ever from the location of aircraft in distress repository, which is also an ICAO initiative, but where the work and the repository actually is put in place and maintained by EUROCONTROL, by our colleagues on the second floor. And why it is quite a big achievement that we managed to integrate this into our report is because it's under this ladder is also under ICAO. So even if we are on the third floor, they are on the second floor, all exchanges went via ICAO Montreal. So this was quite a big breakthrough to be able to integrate this data in the ICAO report. Now about the non-LSSIP, how we are doing it. As I said, it looks like LSSIP, it feels like LSSIP, but it's not LSSIP because the non-LSSIP states are, first of all, not very much used with our LSSIP way of working and our LSSIP taxonomy. They don't need to go to the level of details where we go with the LSSIP. They don't have stakeholders, they don't have SLOAs, they don't have checkpoints, but they are supposed to provide information, first of all, directly on the elements. For them, we don't have to go through the implementation objectives because they report on elements directly, but they use the same taxonomy. You see, it's completed, it's not yet planned, it's ongoing. They are also supposed to provide percentages in implementation progress, expected dates, comments. So in terms of the level of detail, it's what we used to have a couple of years ago for the local objectives, if you remember them. So we don't go into the level of details of SLOAs or checkpoints, even if they would love to. But for ICAO, we don't have, for the elements, we don't have this level of detail. Whenever they see one of our ASIP objectives, they say, we want to have something like this because we have a lot of clarity in the objective. We know who has to do what, by when, which is the finalization criteria, which is the supporting material. We don't have this in ICAO world, but we try to help them as much as possible. We provide comments. We even run kind of in cycle check before the start of the meeting. What we send them is an Excel file. We show it's pre-filled, of course. We also show the information presented in the last report by them. So then we facilitate a bit their life because they see what they reported last year, they see what they reported this year, and they make sure that there is a logical flow and in the evolution of what they are reporting. And last but certainly not least, this dedicated questionnaire is not sent by us to the non-LSSIP states, it's sent by ICAO with a very formal state letter. So each of the non-LSSIP states every year gets a letter from the director of the regional office from Paris with the questionnaire. And all the communication with them is formally via the ICAO office. Well, you might ask yourself, LSSIP, why do I see this? Why do I care? Because I'm doing LSSIP. Well, if the process would not be in the LSSIP, this is a kind of questionnaire and the kind of letter you would get from ICAO. Now, how we do the consolidation? As I said, we use the same taxonomy. Looks like LSIP, feels like LSIP, even if it's not exactly LSIP. So we consolidate the data from the LSIP and from the non-LSIP states. And then we are able, by using the same taxonomy, to put everything together and to make one page per each element, which is very similar with what you find in our report, in the EIPAR report. It's very, very similar. What is important to note also is that we do not develop state documents for the ASBU. You are not going to find something which is similar to the LSIP document for the states. We only develop a document for the entire European region, for the 55 states. We don't have an individual assessment at state level. And here you have a bit of percentages, but not a lot. So what are the initial findings of the report? Obviously, there is steady implementation. But what is important is across the entire region. Of course, in the LSIP area, we are doing good. The pace of implementation, because it's sheer numbers, the pace of implementation is driven by the LSIP states, but it is not only the LSIP states. So we see evolutions all across the area. All across the 55 states, we see that there are new systems put in place. There are new functionalities which are put in place all over the area. And in terms of rate of success in the data collection, this year we had 54 out of the 50 theoretical geographical scope. Only one state has not submitted the data, which is Tunisia, in case you want to know. All the other states have submitted data, either via the LSIP, which is, of course, it's fully embedded in the process, or via the ICAO office. In terms of progress, as I said, well, the numbers are fully consistent. We are progressing. If you compare year after year, you see implementation progress in both Block 0 and Block 1. We even see that Block 1 is building up speed, which again makes sense because Block 1, we are now in Block 1, actually we are supposed to start Block 2. So the numbers make sense. And as I said, the positive note is that it's not only in the LSIP area, it's everywhere in the region. Then what's next? As I said several times, this report is owned by the ESPG. So the next step on our agenda is to have it approved. We are now busy in finalizing the last touches of the report. And the ESPG is going to meet end of November. So this report, the 11th edition of the report, will be on the table of the ESPG in 6 weeks from now. And then, from your perspective, actually the work on already the next edition of the report is starting today, because you are doing the LSIP work, and as a byproduct, you are doing the ICAO work. For the non-LSIP states, we start to prepare the questionnaires. We start to prepare the state letter together with ICAO. We provide individual support, of course, to you. You are used to our support, but we are trying to provide individual support to the states via the ICAO office, even to the non-LSIP states, within the limits we have. And you certainly know the GAMP 8 edition has just been endorsed by the Assembly last week. So in parallel with doing the daily work on the ASBU report and already preparing the next edition of the ASBU report, in parallel together with ICAO, we are going to start to assess the impact of GAMP version 8 on future editions of the report. And because I was mentioning the 42nd Assembly and the success European region has with this report, this is not earlier than last Friday. It's still in track changes. That is one of the conclusion of the 42nd Assembly of ICAO, which met in Montreal last week, which said that the states and the regional planning and implementation group need to provide information to ICAO, need to tell ICAO where the ASBU is in terms of implementation, in order to allow ICAO to assess the progress of the GAMP, and also encourage the regional group to do what we do in Europe, to use regional monitoring tools in order to collect information. So this matches very well with the ESPG recurrent recommendation, and you see on my screen the recommendation of last year, recommendation number 1, do not duplicate, do whatever is available in the region in order to collect the data. And I think, as I'm the last one before the coffee break, I will close my presentation.
Thank you very much, Octavian, for the passionate presentation. I'm sure now everybody feels very proud that they are taking part into such a complex and important process, even if it's fully transparent for them. Okay, do you have questions for Octavian? I see maybe one hand is raised online. Ah, it's Sven. Okay, yes, of course, Sven.
He's the other father of the report.
Oh, no, cancel. Sven, you are now live in Europe.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Greetings from Bodø, from Norway. I'm currently at a NAT meeting here. Unfortunately, I cannot make it to the Europa room. Nevertheless, I really would like to reiterate a couple of more items on what you just have heard from Octavian. First of all, I think this is a collaborative effort. ICAO would not be able to do that without the huge support we get from the LSSIP team, from Maria, the team, Octavian, Alexander, Zal, who are all working very hard to make this report every year. I think also we can be very proud that the regional monitoring has made it into an assembly resolution. This is quite unique, and it showcases that what has been done in Europe is actually so good that it has not been only copied by other regions like the mid regions, but now that even at the global level, it is recognized that we do not need to send out another ICAO questionnaire to the states. We need to use tools to avoid duplication of efforts so that we can actually have a result that is valuable without putting more constraints on already limited resources that we have in all the stakeholders. My point is also on the impact of the report that is not really visible by the numbers. We see the implementation progress for Block 0 and Block 1 modules, but we also have to realize that particularly in the non-LSSIP states, there is a lot of development going on, and the report actually helps those states and stakeholders in getting the right requirements for the new systems. Most of the states in these areas in the eastern part of the Euro region are buying or are implementing new ATM systems. Therefore, you see also the continuous growth in implementation success. And the document is used for them also to help finding the right specifications to manage the demands that they have with the increased traffic growth. And traffic is growing in those areas in passenger overflight and cargo traffic in pretty high double-digit figures. That will also be a good effect and why we see those improvements in the Block 0 and the Block 1 developments. So I'm really proud of what we have been doing the last more than a decade now. And it is really only because of the good collaboration we have between the two organizations, ICAO and EUROCONTROL. And it's also something that for the focal points and for the states, you also should be very happy, because without that, you would have to fill in another ICAO questionnaire, and you would have been traced by the ESPG and the program coordination group, the PCG, to get us all the data all the time, on time, with the LSSIP process in place. This is just a side effect of the work that has already been done. So again, a big thanks, and I look forward to the detailed report that goes to the ESPG that will be endorsed again. And then also one of the successes that we have is if you go out and the report is distributed in paper form, for example, to the non-LSSIP states, you never see a copy left in the meeting rooms. Everybody is very keen to grab a piece of that documentation because of the value of the information that is included in that. And I keep it with that and wish you a good meeting and hope to see you next time live again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven. Thanks for your intervention. Any questions before we proceed with the long-awaited coffee break? No, I don't see anybody in the room. So thank you, Octavian. Thank you very much. And before we break for coffee, we have also something important to do. Okay. This is going to be the group photo. So please come here in the middle before going outside so that we take the group photo, and then we are going to have the coffee break up until 11:20. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Octavia. Please move into the center. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right, everyone, please take your seats. We'll start in a second. All right. Good morning, everyone. 11:30, 10 extra minutes of courtesy for the coffee break. I hope you enjoy it. So welcome to this new block on the presentation today on the CP1 monitoring on the basis of the SESAR Deployment Program 2024. The LSIP kickoff event is a very important event for us in the SESAR Deployment Manager. And it's important because it marks the start of our monitoring process. My name is Ramon Raposo. I am the Monitoring and Execution Coordinator at the SESAR Deployment Manager. And I feel well represented by my job title, not because I'm executing anyone, but because of the monitoring. This morning, Paul mentioned, and I liked it, that you can only improve what you can measure. Heiko said that the information we collect in this exercise allows us to perform our role as coordinators of the deployment. And whenever I meet with operational stakeholders, I tend to say that monitoring drives the direction of our work to support the operational stakeholders. So this is, for this reason, I believe that monitoring and its outcome is important. The presentation that we will deliver today combines novelties, some material already known to those who are veterans to this process, and then we will also dive deep into the technicalities of the regulation and the SESAR deployment program. For today's presentation, I am supported by the people who you will interact with during the process, either directly, Carlo, Simona, indirectly, Tim, Mauricio, Magnus, and then we will also conclude with a presentation, as we generally do, showing our commitment also with the military community, with a presentation from the European Defence Agency. Very glad to have Federica with us today. And I'm lucky not to be all supported by them, not only in the presentation, but also in the work that we will be doing in the course of the upcoming months. To close my introduction, and before heading to the table of the contents, I'd like to connect once more with Heiko's keynote, which is to show my gratitude for the engagement and the cooperation of the CP1 operational stakeholders. It is essential for the success of this monitoring exercise, but above all, for the modernization of the European ATM, which we will also witness in a second. So with no further ado, let's jump into the table of contents of today's presentation. I will start with some words on the baseline of the work that we do, which is the SESAR Deployment Program, the 24, and the recent publication of the supporting material, 2025. We will continue with some of the principles. Those of you who already know the process and have participated in previous years is known to you, which are the principles on how we do the monitoring of the implementation of CP1 and the SESAR deployment program. We will continue. Simona will tell us about the output of the data we are gathering, and then Carlo will present on the monitoring view and the risk management plan and the overall yearly cycle of activities that we do. We will have a Q&A session at the end because that will close kind of the general part on the monitoring. Then we will go into the technical elements. Tim with the airport integration and throughput, Magnus on swim and the monitoring of FIs, and Mauricio with initial trajectory information sharing, concluding, as I mentioned, with Federica from EDA. Along the way, you will have the chance to ask questions also to me, but also to our technical experts in case you have deep technical questions around the elements of the SESAR deployment program. Because the SESAR deployment program, edition 2024, continues to be the baseline for the monitoring purposes. The updates that we performed last year, so in the last monitoring cycle that we performed, already we used this document, were limited to some refreshed descriptions of the initial trajectory information sharing, also called AF6, some updated validation of SESAR Solutions, the publication of technical specifications and new guidance material, some refinements and clarifications for the extended AMAN and the AMAN-DMAN integration, and some review of deployment milestones and system requirements, which do not change anything, is just to give you extra support to ensure CP1 compliance. In September 2024, the SESAR deployment program was approved and delivered to European Commission for the approval through the College of Commissioners. There is a recent novelty, which is that the SDM recently, we addressed some concerns or some comments raised by EASA in their formal reviewing process together with the European Commission. As a result of that work, there will be two minor changes that will be added to the SESAR deployment program, which is about some specifications for the NMB2B and a refinement on the usage of the word scenario, which does not affect at all the main content of the document, which continue to be valid for our process. With this important novelty, we can say that the European Commission will start the process to have the document endorsed, and this will only strengthen the support of the SESAR deployment program. What was new this year was the supporting material. The supporting material to the SDP implementation is aligned with the content that we just mentioned and was submitted to the European Commission. And it is intended as complementary material for all of the operational stakeholders deploying CP1 elements. And the 4 sections are the traditional ones that we have in this document. Further clarifications, guidance for and advice for the operational stakeholders, shorter deployment approach, the same families as last year, performance assessment and CBA, together with the updated picture on the standards and the regulation. The document also includes an update on the standards and regulation to support CP1 deployment, addressing standard specification and means and compliance. Once you get the slides, you will be able to see through the links a connection to this material. I mentioned my gratitude to the operational stakeholders for their modernization journey we are doing together, and this picture shows the results and the monitoring outcome of the information that we gathered during the process performed last year. As of December 2024, we can see that already 46% of the CP1 regulation is already into operations. This represents a 4% increase compared to the last year. We hope to see a significant increase also this year. Out of these 46%, we can see in darker green that 21% is complemented with the Connecting Europe Facility funds. This is the support from the European Union into the deployment of the CP1 elements, which are coordinated by the SESAR Deployment Manager. And then we see, when we put together the completed plus the ongoing, 91% of the CP1 in operations or in progress, which also presents an increase of 6%. And again, we see the relevance in darker blue, 27% of the initiatives which are currently ongoing, deploying CP1 elements with the support of the CEF funds. Only 8% and a very little 1% is planned or not yet planned, meaning that most of the regulation is either in operations or in progress. We are now used to arrive at the deadlines of the CP1 regulations, but back in the day it was news. In 2022, 23 and 24 already marked regulatory deadlines for 11 families. And we have achieved, we all together, particularly the CP1 operational stakeholders, a remarkable achievement of 81% compliance rate with the regulation. And this is done thanks to 6 families which are fully deployed. Airspace management and advanced flexible use of airspace, the management of predefined airspace configurations, the initial free route, enhanced stamp, interacting rolling knob, and the common swim PKI and cyber security. Together with these 6, there are another 5 families which are recovering and in the course towards full completion. Family 111, Arrival Manager Extended to en route airspace. We have set up the extended AMAN platform to support the stakeholders, and we are regularly engaging with the operational stakeholders in this domain. Family 211, Departure Management synchronized with pre-departure sequencing, initial AOP, and the automated support for traffic complexity assessment are at great progress, and they are close to full completion. For the family 422, the initial AOP and OP information sharing, we are also, together with NM, closely following up on the progress, and the progress will continue to increase during the course of the upcoming weeks. So with this increase, we expect that the rate that will be achieved will reach 96% by the end of this year, a clear demonstration of the strong commitment of the operational stakeholders. This year also represents the arrival of new deadlines from Family 231, airport safety nets, of enhanced free route airspace, closing the entire ATM functionality number 3, and then we will also reach the deadlines for the swim domain, Family 521, ranging up to 561. We see different levels of progress in those families that will arrive with a regulatory deadline at the end of this year. We are in close contact with operational stakeholders to offer support as much as we can, starting by the date of today and the event of today, where Tim will tell us about the monitoring and some peculiarities of the airport safety nets monitoring that we are performing, and Magnus on AF5, the swim domain. Closing with the introduction, let's start into how we will do the monitoring of the SESAR deployment program and CP1. On top left is the airport safety nets. There will be a checklist that goes hand in hand with what is stated in the regulation. The regulation states that any local limitation to the introduction of the airport safety net support service must be indicated in the SESAR deployment program. For this, the airports and or the ANSPs, depending on who's deploying this specific functionality, are being approached by SDM to fill in the airport safety nets limitation checklist. More on this later by my colleague Tim. On the FFI's monitoring approach, we have a new approach this year to ease your reporting effort, which we know it is very high. For this, our team is sharing a Word file reflecting the annex on the national FFI's Release 1 roadmap as part of the ongoing risk management plan. So first, what we do is we send the information that you provided to us last year. Then you are invited to fill the current status of the FFI's implementation for ATC and ARO and return it back to us by the 30th of November 2025. So first we send, then you update. As you update in track changes a Word file, send to us, and then we will upload this information into the LSIP tool to facilitate the work from everyone, because you are giving the data to us just once. And then by uploading it to the tool, it ensures the visibility from everyone involved in this process. Then on AF5, the swim clarifications that are included in the updated supporting materials. So you have updated descriptions and refinements into the stakeholder swim PKI and cybersecurity, the aeronautical information management services, and the aeronautical med information services. Finally, AF6 and the coordination platform that has been established in the context of the SDM trajectory information sharing and coordination support initiative. We have coordinated also the establishment of this platform with the European Commission, which is basically a forum for the exchange of implementing, for the sharing, for the exchange of implementation experience, advice and best practices addressing the deployment matters. The next meeting is taking place on the 21st of October 2025. In case you were not aware before, please do not hesitate to reach out, because we will be happy to enlarge and strengthen the platform as much as we can. Into the basics of how we monitor CP1, the notion of the gaps. First, Regulation 409 establishes that the operational stakeholders shall provide the deployment manager with relevant information concerning the implementation of the deployment program. This you are already doing, and you do so through the LSSIP Plus tool. In the frame of the exercise that we are presenting today, the data enables a comprehensive understanding on how the deployment is moving, tracking the overall progress of CP1, and identify those activities that are still needed to achieve full CP1 deployment. This is the direction of the work that I was referring to. And we do so through the notion of the gap. A gap is defined as a combination of a technical or operational element to be deployed. This is what we generally refer to as the SESAR Deployment Program families in the geographical locations where it shall be deployed, where it might be either an airport or a country, or there are also gaps assigned to the airspace users or to the network manager. In this matrix that you are seeing here, we are representing the gaps as defined and provided by the SESAR Deployment Program. And those are clustered into 5 categories. Those are the 5 columns that you are seeing in the matrix. I mentioned there could be airport gaps, country gap, airspace users, network manager, and one peculiarity, which is an EU-wide gap, which was already closed, which is related to family on the common swim PKI and cybersecurity. On the rows, you can see the different families on the deployment program and the ticks where there are gaps according to the regulation. And there are some examples to ease the reading of the matrix, such as those provided on the right-hand side. How the implementation is monitored from the stakeholders' point of view. So, based on the SESAR deployment milestones, we gather data. And we gather data from the operational stakeholders. For the ground implementers, we do everything through the LSSIP Plus tool. For the network manager, we do so through an ad hoc Microsoft Excel forms. And for the airspace users, we follow a similar approach in coordination with airspace user liaison officer. For the ground gaps in LSSIP Plus, in addition to the information you will provide on the SESAR deployment program deployment milestones, there are also 2 ad hoc questionnaires, which is a reduction from what we had last year. One on extended AMAN. I will explain later why we are in need of these questionnaires, and also one on the enhanced free route airspace operations. Let me stop here for a second. I am sure our colleague from EDA, Federica, will emphasize this further, but let me stop here for a minute. On the civil-military coordination, because when the program identifies military ANSPs as an impacted stakeholder, both civil and military are asked to coordinate a single input on the deployment status in the LSSIP Plus tool. This is notably due to the high interdependency of the deployment initiatives. So within each country, there are specific peculiarities, so no one better than you in each of the individual countries affected by CP1 to know what is the status of deployment, putting together the civil and the military. I was mentioning before that we use the deployment milestones to track the progress of the different elements of the different gaps. For this, you, as stakeholders, are invited to select the specific status amongst the following options for each of the deployment milestones. You can select the milestone as completed, when the activities are evidently completed, all the respective checkpoints being met. They might be ongoing, they might be planned. For instance, you can use the status plan when there are plans and commitment to execute the activities in time for CP1 compliance. If there are no plans, if it's not completed, if it's not ongoing, it can be that it is not yet planned. We saw that the scope of CP1 not yet planned is extremely limited nowadays, but still might be the case. It's important for you to be aware that whenever you select that for one deployment milestone that the status is not yet planned, there cannot be an implementation date for the overall family. When part of the scope we have no plans at all, it's impossible to have a family foreseen completion date. And finally, the other option is the not applicable, when the activities related to a specific deployment milestones are not within the stakeholder responsibilities. In addition to the status, you are, as every year, requested to complete and provide the expected completion dates and the connection to the CEF fundings. More on this later. Let's use or let's look at one particular example on how the data we will aggregate. It's not a coincidence that because of the arrival of the deadline this year for the airport safety nets, we are choosing this example today, and we are picking randomly Vienna, which is one of the 20 airports included in the CP1 scope. For this particular case, we see that two stakeholders are participating to the deployment of this particular family, the ANSP and the airport operator. For this, you can see that we are giving a weighting to each of the stakeholders, 50% each, 50% to the activities of the NSP, 50% to the activities of the airport operator. And the deployment milestones have different weightings depending on the effort required to be put on each one of those. When we combine the status and the weightings, we come up to, or we are able to provide a view at the level of the stakeholder, and then we combine the two stakeholders to be able to have the overall picture on how is the deployment with regards to that particular gap. Vienna 231, in this particular case, would be completed 30%, ongoing 8%, planned 52, and not yet planned 10. Well, a little bit of piece of disappointment, which is that the data is fictitious. We are not showing it up here today, but this will allow you to understand how the monitoring output that Simona will present is elaborated based on the input that you provide. For this, let's move now into the tool itself. There is a dedicated button to the Common Project 1 and to the SDM monitoring activities. When you click on it, there is a filter that shows the families of the SESAR deployment program and the applicable to the geographical scope of the country that you are in. With this, you will get a clear and immediate view of all the related activities, of all the activities related to the Common Project 1 reporting. Also important that the taxonomy of the SESAR deployment program is fully embedded into the tool. This is the naming of the families and the deployment milestones, which are clearly visible. By doing so, we are easing the usage of the SESAR deployment program and the supporting material to guide your monitoring efforts. I referred before to the questionnaires. The two questionnaires that we have are Extended AMAN questionnaire and Enhanced FRA. On Extended AMAN, we are using a questionnaire because on one side, within the normal deployment milestones that you report to on a normal basis, these are to provide the status related to each national ACC and in-horizon airport, for those which are within your national borders. Because of the nature of the Extended AMAN activities, ACCs and airports beyond the national borders are also affected. Those are the ones that you need to report into the questionnaire. So, for the standard deployment milestones, you do that for the national ACCs and airports. For the questionnaire, you use it for those activities which are beyond the borders. When we elaborate the monitoring output and the monitoring view, all the data will be combined to build an overall picture on the deployment progress of Extended AMAN. For Enhanced Free Route Airspace, we are simply requesting some additional elements to have the full picture on the peculiarities of the FRA implementation across Europe. I also mentioned before that in addition to the different elements that you are asked to provide in LSIP for each of the deployment milestones, which are the status, the expected completion dates, you are also requested to provide the connections or to confirm the connections with the CEF funding. Because in the SDM, we are not only entrusted to monitor the status of CP1, but also to support operational stakeholders in their implementation initiatives receiving EU public funding via the CEF framework. For this, we have a portfolio of projects of 3.1 billion, which also represent a critical set of information that we have integrated into the LSIP Plus tool. And we have pre-filled these elements so that you have to review and to confirm. You can see in the slide some of the details about the actions and about the progress that we have achieved in those projects, most of them completed, but I will not enter into those details in the presentation today. So in the bottom right, you see how the projects have been identified and they are visible in the deployment milestones and they are not editable. So when you review, if you have any change to be made, please contact the contact persons who will check with us, and we will do the work jointly with our experts to review the proposal that you are making. In terms of the projects, the novelty from last year is the awarding of the Clean ATM 3. The project, this Clean ATM 3 proposal, has been awarded, and the signature of the agreement will take place in a matter of days. For this, 3 multi-stakeholder implementation projects have been selected for funding with 68 million of awarded funds. You can see in the map on the right, that is a truly pan-European initiative, and I will go into the details of what is that has been awarded. This is the structure. Basically, you can see that on one side, we have the overall project coordination done by the SDM, but on the green side, you see the real important details, which is that we are tackling 3 very important families of the initial trajectory information sharing. On one hand, the initial air-ground trajectory information sharing on the airborne side. You can see Work Package 2, 611 with relevant airlines jointly in this project. Then Work Package 3, this is the initial air-ground trajectory information sharing on the ground domain, led by Romazza, and also led by Romazza Family 631. This is the initial trajectory information sharing and the ground distribution. I have also mentioned before that in addition to the ground gaps, we monitor NM and the airborne gaps. For the airborne gaps, it's important for you to be aware that we are collecting that through a dedicated template for the families which affect the airspace users. Because the monitoring view will be elaborated not only on the data we are gathering from the LC+ tool, but also complemented with this information from the airspace users and also the information we will get directly from NM. For this, we are doing this piece of work together with Niels Heusler, our liaison officer, and with the participation, with the notable participation of all the airspace users, as we did last year. The next is my last slide before I hand it over to Simona. And this last slide is about kind of introducing already the monitoring output, which is about the extended AMAN web application. Thanks to mostly to the work of my colleague Jan Stibor, we have put together on the SDM website an interactive map showing the current status of implementation of the arrival management extended to en route airspace as required by the annex. I personally love it because for each mandated airports, there is the 180 nautical mile radius, and I like it because it's interactive. Because of its interaction, it allows you to play, to select 2 different airports. You can see the link down there, and you can see what is the status of the implementation for the different ACCs. The information shown there is aligned with the LC+, and we are presenting it for consultative purposes. And well, we are very proud of the work, and we wanted to use the opportunity today to present it to you. So with no further ado, I will pass it over to Simona, who will tell us more into the specifics of the monitoring output. Simona, please.
Thanks, Ramon, and good morning, everybody. So I will continue with the next slides, which are focusing on the SDP monitoring output. So the CP1 technical data collected during the monitoring exercise and covering implementation status, foreseen implementation dates, or even self-funded projects which are supporting the local activities, all this data is carefully analyzed and aggregated across multiple levels. The results are then visualized in the LSSIP+ tool under the tab Analytics in the section SDP monitoring output. This section is automatically synchronized with the database several times a day throughout the whole reporting period, so ensuring that stakeholders always have access to the most up-to-date information. So for this reason, this section is playing a key role by allowing the stakeholders to consult the consolidated view of CP1 implementation before the monitoring view report is officially released in April. The monitoring output provides several dashboards. offering insights into CP1 progress from different perspectives. So, for example, from the point of view of an SDP family, the point of view of a swim service, or at national level. So within this section, the menu is providing access to several dedicated tabs. You can navigate to the family views organized within each ATM functionality, or the swim service views, the country views, which also include the swim service views at national level, and finally, the network manager view. For each one of these categories, the different charts can be easily accessed by clicking on the SDM logo and then selecting the item that you wish to visualize. One of the main charts included in the SDP monitoring output is the SDP family view, which shows the progress achieved by all the mandated applicability areas with regard to a specific CP1 functionality. In the example shown on the slide, the arrival management extended to en router space. Similarly, the swim service view is providing the information of the implementation status of a specific swim service across the mandated countries, in this case, the airspace structure service. Both family view and service view share a similar structure. At the heart of each view is a map that visually represents the progress achieved by each individual country or airport. Alongside the map, a detailed table is highlighting the implementation status of all the contributing stakeholders, and the color coding ranges from orange, indicating that no plans have been established yet, to dark green, indicating, on the contrary, that the activities have come to an end and the implementation is completed. Additionally, a counter at the top provides a quick overview of the overall progress of the family, showing the number of implementations that have been completed versus those ones which are still ongoing. The implementation status of CP1 activities carried out by the network manager is isolated in a dedicated table, which is providing the overview of progress of each applicable SDP family. And in a similar manner, the country view offers a clear high-level overview of CP1 progress at national level. Both views are further complemented by the list of ongoing and completed SEF projects, which are supporting the CP1 implementation and contributed by the national stakeholders. Getting a closer look at the country view, this one displays the percentage of achieved implementation and the expected completion date for each applicable SDP family within the mandated country. Closed implementations are highlighted in green, while delays beyond the CP1 target date are marked in red, and the bar on top of the table displays the status of the applicable SDP families, offering a quick and effective assessment on where each country stands in meeting CP1 objectives. This is the last slide for the SDP monitoring output. I will now hand over to my colleague Carlo, who will present about the monitoring view and the risk management plan.
Thank you, Simona. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlo Capozzi. I am the synchronization and coordination expert at SESAR Deployment Manager. I deal with connecting European facility projects and SDP monitoring activities. I have been working in this SDP monitoring thread for many years, hand in hand with my colleagues Simona and Ramon, who spoke before. Well, our primary goal in SDM is to support the stakeholders by also shaping the data we collect into a shared CP1 implementation status picture, so we can all move forward together with clarity and common purpose. Today, I will guide you through 3 key elements. First, the SDP monitoring view, which is the report where the shared picture of CP1 is presented and updated. Secondly, the timeline targeting the publication of the next edition of the SDP monitoring view. And finally, we see how everything is connected in the SDP monitoring cycle. We run an SDM every year. So let's begin with this SDP monitoring view. As already highlighted in the opening keynote from ICAO, this report represents the point of reference for measuring the CP1 implementation status. It not only aggregates data, but also provides a set of views related to the overall progress, the advancement of specific technological and operational elements, and the status of stakeholders and countries. As presented in the slide, the SDP monitoring view offers an overview of CP1 deployments, detailed breakdowns at SDP family level up to the swim service level, and country-based perspective, the so-called country views. This makes the monitoring view the reference baseline to assess the CP1 deployment status year by year. Now that we have seen what the monitoring view contains, let me guide you through the timeline to produce the next SDP monitoring view 2025. It's worth highlighting that the timeline to elaborate the SDP monitoring view 2025 is fully aligned with the LSSIP Plus reporting cycle. And the timeline will be then in the afternoon sessions further explained and detailed by Javier Rosendo. I just anticipate a few inputs to frame the steps necessary to elaborate the monitoring view, the next edition. The data gathering starts with the state filling the LC Plus database until the end of January 2026, when the database will be stabilized. From February, a data cross-check period takes place when no free changes are allowed in the LC Plus database in order to perform checks on a stable dataset. At this stage, only formal change requests can be submitted and addressed by the database closure and freezing envisaged on the 11th of March 2026. From the snapshot taken at this point in time, combined with the data stemming from the airspace users and the NEM monitoring, SDM builds the draft of the monitoring view. But we don't stop there. The report undergoes a full consultation cycle on its textual parts to ensure the data and content is agreed and validated with the stakeholders, making the process transparent, inclusive, and constructive. Finally, in June 2026, the SDP monitoring view will be published as the most up-to-date and detailed reference for CP1 implementation. Now, while the SDP monitoring view tells us where we are, it does not automatically tell us where we may face challenges. And that is where the risk management plan comes into play. This slide shows how everything is connected in the SDP monitoring cycle we run in SDM every year. In the two previous slides, we addressed from step 1, the data gathering, to step 3, the monitoring view publication, displayed in the left-hand side diagram. The SDP risk management plan adds a crucial dimension. It is about anticipating and managing challenges. It is about engaging stakeholders to spot potential risks and issues early, and when necessary, to define, execute, and monitor mitigation actions. Through this process, SDM can provide hands-on technical support and guidance to the stakeholders, raise alerts about potential non-compliances, maintain a Europe-wide risk of registry, and run an iterative, inclusive approach to foster collaboration and mutual awareness. The risk management process starts as soon as the SDP monitoring view is published and follows a clear cycle. Stakeholders are met in September, October every year in multilateral meeting at national level. The outcome is a transparent view of risks and issues, which is then shared in a greatly summarized manner with the Commission through the release of the SESAR Deployment Annual Report update in November. To conclude, the monitoring view provides the reference picture for CP1, the timeline ensures transparency and alignment, and the risk management plan ensures proactive risk management. Together, these elements give us a complete overview on the CP1 implementation status year by year. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. So this will bring an end to our introduction of the slides. Then it will be the turn for Team Magnus, Mauricio, and Federica to go into the details. But before that, is there any questions so far? And in the meantime, if you prepare your questions, I can already mention that I saw in the Q&A a point about sharing the questionnaires that in LSSIP is difficult. And in order to ease the sharing between the different stakeholders, you would like to have the questionnaire. I think that was one of the points that was raised, which of course we can. The two questionnaires that are under, let's say, SDM responsibility are, let's say, easy to fill in. It's not one of these cases where you have several different pages that you need to answer one, move to the next, answer that, then it's difficult for you to coordinate. The questionnaires on extended aim and enhanced-free route are visible all at once at a glance. But if you still, anyone would like to have a template, of course you can. Is there any other questions before we hand it over? All right, so let's dive into the technical details. Tim, please take us to airport safety nets.
Okay. What was the question?
Hello? Oh, okay. No. Sorry. Yeah, I have one question, as you commented, Ramon, that if I misunderstood maybe, but you said that it's proposed that SDM contact directly FFI's experts to report and fulfill the objectives on the database. Is that correct?
Yes, the approach, Magnus will present more on this a bit later, but okay. In short is that we SDM are contacting the FFI's focal points in each organization. The data will be provided to us in SDM, and we will upload the data into the LSIP to ease the visibility of everyone's onto the information that has been reported.
Okay, because my concern is that as LSIP focal points that we manage the database and we coordinate with our contact person in EUROCONTROL, and then we coordinate the document of LSIP. I think that we should be informed about that contacts, about that questions, because if you as SDM change something in the database and we don't have the control on it, I mean, I don't see easy follow what you change if I'm not part of these meetings, and if you contact directly the FFI's experts, maybe the database is a mess, just in my opinion, because as far as I know, as we work till now, at least in Spain, we coordinate internally with our technical parts, and with other organizations, with EGSA, with AESA, and kind of stuff. So we coordinate one answer and we upload it on the database. So if SDM also modifies the database, could be, as I said, quite a mess. And my proposal is that, I mean, I don't have any concern that you contact directly the FFI's experts, but at least me as focal point or our contact person should be informed about these modifications that you are going to do on the database before you do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I'm happy that you asked the question because it shows very clearly. I think, Eric, do you want to contribute to the same point?
Yes, just to fully support the point made by Spain, that would be fully applicable to France too. So we have the same request.
Okay, thank you. So then my answer also applies to the two of you and to everyone else. It is clear based on the question that I didn't explain myself properly, because the approach is that we share the data with those who are responsible for the data itself, so the FFI's focal points. Once we receive it, we upload the data into LSIP to ease your work and to avoid asking the same question twice for you. In reality, what we are doing is that once we ask for the data, we receive, we review, we clarify with those directly involved and in charge of that data, then all the information is clarified and we upload it on your behalf to save the effort from your side. And once it is uploaded, you will still have the time to review it in LSIP before the database is closed, so that you continue to have full control of the data which is in the LSIP Plus tool. I'm really happy that you asked the question, because it was clear that I didn't express myself properly, because with this new approach, what we believe we are achieving is more direct engagement with those who are in charge of the information itself. Last year, we raised approximately 500 change requests only on the FFI's domain. So I believe the national focal points will benefit from this reduction of the change requests. while still maintaining the ownership of you as focal points. Eric.
Yes, I mean, I fully understand what you're saying, but there is an additional point that we are talking about a different timeline, because if my memory is good, we are talking about providing inputs for the 25th of November, right? On this point, or am I incorrect?
Yeah,
because
before we continue, Magnus is also covering this point in his presentation. So I will quickly address the timeline, and then, if you don't mind, I would rather give the chance to our experts to also go into this matter. And then at the end of the presentation, if the questions are not all clarified, we can come back to this.
Sure.
In the meantime, I'm trying to get to the slide. Yeah, here we are seeing it. So we are sharing the Word file in the context of the management plan meetings. Carlo presented, we are having the meetings nowadays in September and October. The NSPs are invited to fill in or to update the Word file with track changes, with the updates by the 30th of November. We will run consistency checks, and we will have the data uploaded, hopefully at the beginning of January. Then that gives the focal points time to review it during the month of January, and then we still have the month of February for additional clarifications if needed. For the time being, does that clarify the concern or not yet? Eric?
More or less. I mean, fully understood what you plan to do. The only message was, please keep us in the loop. I mean, like copying the focal point on the exchanges with the experts. I mean, the focal point, I mean, both national and ANSP focal point, which are listed in the LSIP document, so that we are aware and that we can also see the kind of input which are provided by the experts. Because, I mean, we are anticipating what I'm going to discuss later this afternoon. But when you're talking to a big organization, I mean, I'm not sure whether the experts you're dealing with are the same one as the one we are dealing with when proceeding with LSIP. Just because there are different, I mean, we are a big organization. I guess it's the same for Spain, Italy, Germany also. And you might end up discussing with some experts which have a certain focus, which is totally legitimate, but they might miss additional elements. And sometimes it's good that at least the NSP focal point and or the national focal point may also have a look and potentially discuss with the experts you're talking to let's say, amend or harmonize. You're talking about harmonizing contributions from member states, but internally we might also wish to harmonize our contributions.
All right, thanks for your intervention. Let's move on to the next topic. Then Magnus will also present in this matter, and we can, at the end, further discuss. Tim, please. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name's Tim Robinson. I'm the AF2 expert here at the SESAR Deployment Manager. And I'm just going to speak to you for about 10 minutes to go into this safety nets topic. And we'll have a few questions at the end of that. And we'll have a look at what's this all about? Where did it come from? Why are we doing it? Okay, so the sponsoring thought for this is the text that you see at the top of the slide here, and Ramon had read it to us earlier as well. And this is the text in the CP1, which says any local limitations to the introduction of airport safety support service must be indicated in the deployment program. So what does this mean? What's this all about? So just a little bit background on safety nets. The airport safety support service consists of three elements. So there's runway monitoring and conflict alert. That's RMCA. Of course, we have an abbreviation for all of these. There's the CAT-C, which is conflicting ATC clearances, and then there's CMAC, which is conformance monitoring alerts for controllers. So just to break that down, so the runway, the RMCA, that's, you could think of that as runway incursion protection. That's what that's about, really. And that's to do with detecting potential conflicts and alerting on them. Also, you've got the Safety Support Service also, of course, alerts on actual conflicts and incursions. And it's also looking at, with the CMAC, we're looking at did aircraft follow and did mobiles follow the clearance they were given. So those are the three elements to it. So what's this about indicating limitations? So with CAT-C and CMAC, you decide locally what you're going to implement. And when I say you, I'm talking about you decide it locally between the airport operator, the ANSP, and the NSA. So you decide. And the reason that's in there is because each airport is different, each layout's different, and you may well decide that some of the alerts are not suitable for you on CAT-C and CMAC, and that's why it's written in that way. So on the right-hand side here, you're probably squinting at these tiny tables. These are in the back of the EUROCONTROL ASM-GCS specification, which is the main reference for this particular family. And how do we indicate that there are limitations? Well, you almost certainly will have limitations, I would think, and probably you haven't implemented every single alert. So this was foreseen actually when the specification was written. And back in Appendix C of that document, there's these conformance statements so that people can easily, and it's literally a checklist. You know, you can say yes, no, not applicable, and there's a field maybe to give additional information about time or speed, and also a free text field where you can record what were the conditions of use, maybe why it wasn't used. Okay, so that's what that's all about. So it's specifically a checklist. I think it's something that you can keep. We'll keep a copy, and it's useful, I think, as well for helping the conversation with your NSA. And I would sort of frame this as preparation for audit for when you've completed safety nets. So as we know, safety nets does finish this year, or its deadline is this year. However, we're also aware, of course, through the risk management process and the monitoring process that colleagues were talking about, that some implementers will finish later than that. And that's, just as an overview, that's generally connected with big infrastructure projects. Okay, let's just have a dive in and see a little bit about how one could fill these forms in, fill in this checklist. So we've given a couple of ways to do it, so you don't actually have to print out the tables at the back of the spec and try and scribble on them. We've got an MS Forms version of it. This is quite good because it actually has little hot links in it that takes you back to the original requirement, so that can be quite useful. One of the downsides of MS Forms is you can't save your progress as you're going along. You've got to do it in one hit. So we've also created, I say we, it's my colleagues to the right here, have also created an Excel spreadsheet version of it as well, and which has got drop-down lists in it. And of course, you can save your progress as it goes along. Now, it won't be a surprise to you that we've got these forms and links, because if you're in the risk assessment process and you've been talking about this, or it's coming up soon, we talk about this again. So you'll hear this again. We've also put the fact that we're going to do this into the supporting material, which was mentioned earlier, and that was consulted on at the beginning of this year. So yeah, the forms will go out to the airport contacts and ANSP contacts as appropriate. We're saying a deadline, so you fill it in after you finish safety net. So for most of you, you'll have finished runway incursion protection almost certainly. For the CAT-C and CMAC, if you finished it, fill it in. If it's coming later, you can fill it in later. If you want to indicate information in there, you can do, but it's after you've done safety nets. So we're putting a deadline of the 16th of January on it. That's a little bit earlier than the normal end of LSIP, because it then gives us a chance, when I say us, it will give us a chance to look at it. And as a service, we'll just go through it and say, does that make sense? Are any clarifications needed? How you might be wondering, does this fit into the LSIP itself? Well, it's no different in that respect at the deployment milestone monitoring level. You record your progress and you record how you're going on that the same way. So you've got deployment milestone 1, that's for runway incursion protection. And then you've got deployment milestone 2, which covers the CAT-C and CMAC, which is the one where you can decide locally your limitations. Now, I've suggested the way of fulfilling this CP1 requirement of indicating that there are limitations is that you just put in the comments field limitations are recorded in the safety net's limitations checklist. And that's the way you indicate it. So that's as much as would be indicated in the monitoring view as well. And the detail of that, you keep it for when it's needed for audit. Okay, so that's the sum of all of the information I wanted to tell you. No doubt you may have some questions on this. And if you do, please raise your hand. And if you want to cover this later, I'll be around during lunch as well, so you can catch up. And of course, you can always contact myself or any of the team at any point when you have a question, maybe when you're filling it in. Okay. Shall have a look around the room. Any questions? No. Okay. I shall hand over now to Magnus. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Oh, what time is it now? It's almost, it's actually good afternoon already. So we're gonna now talk about SWIM and FFIs a little bit. And funny enough, this is what I've been talking about all week. There's been meeting with your experts on the different various topics within SWIM this week. It's been a full week. They're actually ongoing still, speaking about FFIs just down the hall. Also the same expert that probably you usually intervene with this. So to make the SWIM link, it's important to say we are, and that was also part of my slides this week for the other meetings, the clock is very much ticking. This is the SWIM year, I would say. I think there are 84, 83 days left before the implementation deadline. And it's a big change for everybody. I think it's probably one of them that brings the most change of CP1. Important also is that there is a link with all stakeholders here. So with all other CP1 ATM functionalities, we're talking about one stakeholder. Here, we're talking about all ATM stakeholders, med providers, military, all are impacted here. And this is why SWIM is so complicated and why it's becoming a growing thing to speak about here. Important is to reference to the new SESAR Deployment Program 24. Which is online now, which is the baseline for all the technical details that you will need to understand when taking care of the reporting. So if we look a little, I have very carefully chosen what messages I wanted to bring here today, and this family is particularly important because it's split in two, the aeronautical information management, and I think it's very important you understand what it's about when you take care of the reporting. 3 AIM services are mandated here, aeronautical feature, aeronautical mapping, digital NOTAM. It is about the digitalization of AIM information, not about an online PDF version, but about real digital data. And that's what we're trying to achieve here with this CP1 family. What is important also here, and here you need to really listen carefully because this is crucial, that there is a prerequisite. So there is a link with data originators. So CP1 doesn't point at any data originators, but there are data originators in this family as a prerequisite. Without them fulfilling the requirement, there will be no CP1 deployed. And here we're talking about airports. We're even talking about states. States are somehow also in some countries data originators. And if they don't provide digital data, there will be no services, there will be no benefit, there will be no AIM digitalization, okay? So therefore, this is key that we ensure everybody around the table when we talk AIM, okay? There is a dependency. By now, you must have seen it. It's all over the news, not the news exactly, but the ATM news, that there was a reorientation of the EAD or EEAD development and incurred delay. And this is very important to mention here also, but also that not all stakeholders are 100% dependent on EAD. There are plenty of tasks to handle locally that has to be in place before you can even think about implementing services. This is the local digitalization. Therefore, SDM have now tried to get more actively involved, and we will now take an approach of developing an AIM swim roadmap to try and mitigate, to try and see where will this implementation take us. And the same, there is a text here that you can consider when you report, depending, again, you need to assess first what is your dependency with EAD, but in some cases, you cannot fulfill the full scope of CP1 without a functional operational EEAD. The other part of this family is the 531 airspace management. 3 services: airspace availability, structure, and reservation service. It will look similar to what you see in the picture here, where the network manager is providing services, where all states provide the structures. So what airspace do we have available? And also the availability. So what airspace is military using today versus not using, and what airspace is then available for airspace users to fly in. On top of that, there is also a link with the ASM system, of course. You have to implement and connect with each other and start sharing ASM data cross-border with ANSPs. So there is an ASM system implementation and usage in operation, AUP, UUP, so airspace usage plan. This is the availability and updated usage plan, sharing with NM, connection with neighbors, and consumption of these ARIS services from your neighbors. All of that is something that you need to consider now. Once you involve your experts, are we fully there with this reporting? Med services, family 541, and it's a lot. I don't like slides with a lot of text. In the end, it's about digitalizing the med information we are using in ATM today. We all know the META, what is the weather right now over an airport, and it comes in a coded format that we can read up for the pilots, etc. And here again, we're also looking at digitalization here. And the interesting part here is that the services, when implementing it, are not called the same thing that they are in the SESAR deployment program. Therefore, let's go through them one by one. The volcanic ash mass concentration service is called the QVA, Quantitative Volcanic Ash Information Subscription and Request Service. They're available and will be available from the 2 WACs. So the only one who is providing those services are the WACs, and that is Meteor France and UK Met Office, okay? No one else have to report on provision of this service. From a consumption, it's all Met providers. So all EU countries are mandated to consume this from a Met provision perspective, which is linked to ICAO and all ANSPs, including also NM. So that is the volcanic ash. There will be a workshop later this month on the 30th, I think it is, on October, where we will go through much more details on this. Airdrome Med information. They're called the IWIXM Meta Species Subscription and Request Service, and IWIXM TAF, the same in the end. All Med providers have to provide that, okay? All Med providers. Consumption, all Med providers, again, are mandated to consume, and so are ANSPs. En route approach meteorological information. They have also changed a little bit. So we have an IWIXM SIGMET. So the SIGMET is information we know already. This is the significant meteorological observation that is used in operations. That will become a swim service. And then we have something called the WAFC. So that is an ICAO name, and they provided gridded data. So this is the high wind and the temperatures that is used for the HCC systems and consumed and used by all HCC systems today, and significant weather charts also. Again, provision, all Med providers are for SIGMET, UK Med Office is the dedicated ICAO for WAF-C data. And then there can be other designated MEDPs. Consumption, all Med providers and all ANSPs. Network meteorological information is called Cross-Border Convection Forecast Service. That is provided today in an agreement with UMedNet that DWD is, with a contribution of 25 organizations, are providing that service. In scope are the ANSPs, those that contribute to the CBCF. We have a list, and you should know it, and I think it's also part of the document of who is actually in scope. If you're not in scope, you don't report, and it's not applicable. Network Manager is also part of it. There are two means of consumption. Either you do a SWIM or you use a CHMI, a computer screen, to actually get the information there, which is not SWIM. Family 551, Corporate Network Information Exchange. This is also important. There are two ways of actually doing it from the majority of the services. There are 5 services. The only exception is the flight management service, which is always applicable as a SWIM service. So you always have to consume a SWIM service. So either you become CP1 compliant through B2B, SWIM implementation, you have an own tool that connects with NM and then you consume the services, or you report not applicable, which will also make you compliant with the regulation because you do it B2C. B2C means you do it manually. If it is done manually, there is a requirement that that information is still shared with NM. You don't stop sharing, you just do it manually. FFIs, and I would like to emphasize this also. This is crucial since we have been now speaking about it here. We are in very, very close contact with all the FFIs experts here. They're really stretched. There is a lot to do on this because this is what is growing. We've had 3 days meeting on FFIs only now, having detailed discussions on ANSP's consumption, airspace users' provision of data. We really know these experts. We know exactly who from each single organization is the one to speak to when it comes to FFIs. Therefore, it seems strange from an SDM perspective, knowing that this is the expert who will give us the information, that we go to a complete separate expert to ask for a report on CP1 FFIs. It is fully acknowledged that if somebody wishes, we can put them in CC, but the plan is to communicate with the experts to populate and ensure that the implementation roadmap, so the FFI's roadmap, is up to date, is showing the picture. This is how SDM is helping the stakeholders with the many years delay that is envisaged now with FFIs until now. Therefore, it is crucial with this direct contact. And last year, the experts came to us asking that this was really a problematic process yesterday. And that's why we turned it around, trying to engage directly with them in a document that they are familiar with. Therefore, we are taking this bottom-up approach, we call it, for a simpler reporting process. It is fully aligned with the LSIP timeline. In October, meaning this week, questionnaires are distributed to the experts of the FPFDE subgroup. Okay, those are the experts that will get this questionnaire. Data is then collected, as Ramon said, and integrated into LSIP Plus tool thereafter in November. These experts, they will, without any question, without turning around, will be able to answer everything that we are requesting of them. There will be a review by the LSIP focal point, as explained by Ramon also, and then it will be implemented into or incorporated into the FFI's roadmap 26. Okay, this is the plan. So it's exactly, if you want to see what it is that are being reported on, you can look to the implementation roadmap. It is the annex per country that we will share with the focal points, and that is what also will be part of LSIP tool later. So there shouldn't be any differences. There shouldn't be any problems with taking this approach, since it's the same experts that we are speaking with. I want to emphasize that there are 5 services, but also to the right that there is a global sunset date. meaning this current flight plan format that we know since 2012, somewhere in November, will cease to exist as of 2034. No more flight plan 2012. Therefore, if there are states here today, you need to start planning a full transition at a country level to a new flight plan format. So how are these things linked together? We won't go much into detail. There is a Deployment Program 24. There is an information exchange requirement document that will be updated. More guidance will be provided, more details, especially for airspace users. And then there is a use case document that also will be updated. Military, last slide from my point of view, we don't see a lot of military status on CP1. And if we don't get military engaged in CP1 deployment, especially SWIM, then we are risking interoperability. We need to continue to exchange with each other information. Therefore, military. We can take an example, FFIs, now that we already are speaking of it. In many cases, or in some cases, military are using the civil ARO, ATS reporting office, for filing flight plans. If AROs decide to not file flight plan with FFIs, then where is the military going to go? How are they going to file their flight plan? They need to be aware and need to start moving towards SWIM also. We know that that is recognized by military, by the European Defense Agency. We know, we work closely with them, and also NATO. They have a support to SWIM policy, also a document saying that. So all military know that this is the way to go in the future. Therefore, this year, we will not give you a separate questionnaire. There will not be a questionnaire sent just to you for military, as we normally do. What we want to is to ensure that military reporting is now part of LSSIP for CP1 also. Therefore, what you can do this year, if you manage to get really good input from the military, is duplicate the deployment milestones to facilitate CP1 military reports also. Report is especially on AF5 SWIM expert. These are the INF, if you like those more, these abbreviations. It's the PKI, AIM, ASM, FFIs, MET, all is applicable, all is relevant, all with all these exchanges, we risk interoperability if that is not done. And therefore, we are really hoping that the national focal point can manage to also ensure military contribution to this year in regards to SWIM. This is just for your information that when you provide and when you look at this, there are checkpoints. These checkpoints are explained here. This material is necessary that you use one as you receive the reports, and service provision cannot be implemented before information is received from the information provider. Linking back to the AIM part, these data originators, they don't have a milestone, but you cannot implement services without the information. Service consumption, if the service is not available, guess what? You cannot consume it. And if there's no information in it, you can only consume an empty service. Therefore, there is a link with things. That's why it's so important to have this national coordination. Therefore, to report, SESAR Deployment Program, crucial, national coordination, and the milestones and checkpoints that we find there. It seems simple. It is not, because it's very complicated when it comes to SWIM. Should we take questions now? Or? Okay, I'm ready for questions then, if there are any. I'm here for lunch also, etc. If you want to ask question afterwards.
Morning all, I am Maurizio Romano and I work for the SDM on the IF6. So I will give to you just some essential and initial information about the F6, that is the initial trajectory information sharing, and just a little bit of the logical architecture that we have is just an important AF functionalities that is mainly related to trajectory-based operation. several simulation and validation that was already achieved within SESAR context and also outside in order to improve the services of data link functionalities. So just briefly speaking, and the essential word is just to coordinate among this orchestration process with the ground infrastructure and ground distribution within the APP ADSC network manager and the airline, that is just the main roles in these functionalities, in this concept. This synchronization of the trajectory between the ground station and the airborne station, thus to enabling an orchestration process and to predict the best trajectory within the flight data processing located at the ground level. So mainly this is the concept overview, and this solution, this AF is just born within the common project within the 2021 when there is the regulation, and all the information captured related on the F6 is reported in the SESAR Deployment Program 2024. Mainly at the logical level, this solution, this F6 is split in different sub-functionalities within the F6.1 with initial air-ground trajectory information sharing, AF2 network manager information sharing, and AF3 initial trajectory information sharing ground distribution, and it is split in 4 SDP family 611, 612, 621, and 631, where this information could be retrieved in an analytical way thanks to the maturity level of different solutions done in SESAR. The first one is the solution 115, is the extended project profile, the APP available at ground, and the APP within the project 18.61 solution within the network manager trajectory is just closing in the loop for the performance improvement. I will add also some project like PJ38 that played an important role and make just a credible and tangible validation within the data link services. Is just part of the contribution of the trajectory-based operation. So there is this paradigm for the time-based operation to trajectory-based operation based on the benefit that either the ground station and the airline could have in terms of full efficiency, capacity, and as well the predict of the trajectory by digitalization communication as well. There are several stakeholders also involved. A part of the governance taken from the ACDLS is the European Data Link Governance, that the ground system mainly assure the APP data from the downlink of the aircraft to distribute it to the air traffic service units and network manager system. And we do recommend an approach to deployment the DSP common server using a SWIM-based ground distribution. So there are also some close relationship between F5 and F6 as well. Within this context, the ACDLS governance consider 27 air navigation service provider launched for the call for tender to the European Data Link Service Provider, the DSP that most of you knows about. That has several objectives, is to deploy the ground common infrastructure on data link systems, to assess the ATN backbone, and providing a common logon within European countering of the ADSC services, and to ensure a fast, secure information trajectory sharing of the aircraft to the ATS units with the network manager systems. In addition to that, the other objective is the SES2+, to ensure on the 4th of 2024, that was signed, the call for tender, that in adherence also with the article number 11 by the European Commission, and the deployment to the risk for the late timeline of the common service implementation. In addition to that, there are also some events that since the F6 was just launched, was the kickoff about the F6 coordination platform, where there was an event where the just to promote also the F6 and to see the status of risk management of different countries for the implementation, followed by the risk session by my colleagues Simona and Carlo. This platform provides an exchange of the implementation experience and to have a common approach to address the deployment matters that require an attention of the different stakeholders and other entities. In these cases, by the implementation, national supervision authorities play an important role, like EASA, EUROCAE, and NM. The objective of this platform is to support the trajectory information and coordination activities, to foster harmonization of the F6 platform, IOF6 concept across Europe, and to facilitate the coordination between airborne and ground stakeholders. The next event of this AF6 platform should be coming in a couple of weeks by the 21st of October 2025 in EUROCONTROL, and please refer to Ramon as the coordinator for your interest. That's all from my side. Any question?
Thank you, Mauricio. And so let's go into the final part of the presentation, the important view of the military, and then we will have some additional Q&As and we'll close for lunch. Federica, all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Federica Messina, and I work for the European Defence Agency as Project Officer, SES SESAR Support. So today I'm here to deliver a brief presentation of EDA's view on CP1 monitoring, and I'm also very well aware that my presentation is the last one before lunch, so I'll do my best to be concise and clear. First of all, I would like to start by thanking our colleagues in the SESAR Deployment Manager for inviting us to present in their section of the event, but also for their commitment in supporting military operational stakeholders in deployment. So, let's see if I know how to use that remote. Okay, there we go. So what do the military have to do in terms of CP1 and SESAR deployment? If we take a look at the CP1 regulation 116/2021, we find the provision in Article 3.2. The military operational stakeholders have to deploy the ATM functionalities included in CP1 only to the extent to comply with the provisions that are set out in Annex 8 of the EASA Basic Regulation 1139, specifically in the subparagraphs 4 and 5 of point 3.2. In the same line, in the Annex 5.3 of the CP1 regulation, and this time in relation to SWIM deployment, we see that member states have to ensure civil or military cooperation, always to the extent of complying with point 3.2 of Annex 8 of the Regulation 1139. So what does this mean? What are the functionalities that involve the militaries? In the diagram that you probably recall from Ramon's previous presentation, and here it is reproposed for you in a slightly different version, the gaps that we find here that are highlighted in dark green, the CP1 SDP gaps that see the involvement of the military, I will not go through each one of them, otherwise we risk having a dinner break rather than lunch. But we see them for the ATM functionalities AF3, so flexible airspace management and free route airspace, AF5, which is SWIM, and AF6, the initial trajectory information sharing. So a bit more on the role of the European Defence Agency and in the military involvement in SESAR governance. Here we refer to implementing Regulation 409 of 2013, which is the regulation that defines the common projects, the establishment of governance, and the identification of the initiatives that can support the implementation of the ATM master plan in Europe. This regulation provides not only for a coordination with the military to take place in relation to the SESAR deployment, notwithstanding the fact that obviously SESAR projects that relate to the military remain under the responsibility of the member states that is involved. However, the coordination with the military is fundamental in order to assure that there is no impairment of the defense capabilities. This is very important. The Regulation 409 also identifies the European Defence Agency as facilitator for coordinating military views. This is very important in support to member states in order to convey a coordinated view of military needs and constraints, but also to ensure that the military duly consider the requirements that result from the deployment of SESAR. And last but not least, 409 also mandates the SESAR Deployment Manager to establish a coordination with the military. And here as well, EDA acts as facilitator. And we have a very long-standing close cooperation with SESAR Deployment Manager dating back to 2014. So more on the LSIP Plus 2025 exercise. So we cannot stress enough the importance of military data reporting. This activity is not only mandatory, but it is essential, as it was already mentioned before, to create, to have, and to reach a very complete overview and picture of SESAR deployment. Without this data reporting from the military, the picture would be incomplete. And this is the only way to identify any gaps or any criticalities that might result from a wide divergence between the rhythm of a deployment being done at civil and military sides. This also helps then redirect the efforts in order to mitigate these criticalities, and can only be done if we have the full picture, as already mentioned by my colleagues. Needless to say that the data has to be accurate, otherwise there is no added value. And more on the practical aspects. So Ramon has mentioned in his presentation that there is a requirement to have an input that requires or that should find a coordination between the civil and the military ANSPs, which would then provide data reporting in an aggregated manner. However, this input does not make it easy to identify the specificities from military side. This is why, and this was also mentioned by Magnus, it is very important to complement this input with a military unique view. So military can report their specific data separately, always through input in the LSIP tool. And they can do this either directly or via their civil counterparts. So to give you a clear example of the reporting, here we have 2 examples from last year's LSIP exercise. And we can see on the left side the example for SWIM, and on the right side we can see the example for AF3. So if we see on the left side SWIM, on the top you will see the state view, and here we can find a very nice 66%. However, when we go down in the breakdown, we see for military NSP, the progress rate is 5%. So this is a clear example of how data reporting can help us identify that there's quite a wide divergence between the deployment being done military side and the one being done from the civil stakeholders. On the right side, we have a very successful completion at all levels, so everyone is happy for that example. With this, I hope I have given you some highlights and on the importance of military data reporting, and I conclude my presentation, and thank you all for your attention.
You certainly do, Federica. Thank you. And thank you also for this participation. This brings an end to our presentation, not only clear, but an excellent timekeeping. So thank you all for this. Before we break for lunch, I could see in the Q&A that there was already one question addressed during the presentation of Magnus. Magnus, it is said that you say the experts of ANSPs a lot. You certainly did, that we engage with the ANSP experts a lot. And there is the question if the industry is involved too. If you can take that one.
So we do speak with the expert a lot, but we also have regular meetings with the industry for ground system, ANSP system. We speak with Thales, Indra, Leonardo. We speak with Frequentis. It depends actually on the system. We have different groups where industry is taking part of. So I would say that industry is very much part of the talks, whether it's FFI, SWIM, and if it's Med AIM. We are fully engaging with the industry on all parameters.
Thank you, Magnus. Very clear. I think the reason why we are generally addressing to the NSPs and not to the industry is because in the context of this LSIP kickoff event, we are more directly into those stakeholders directly inserting data into the tool. But glad to hear that we are also involved in the industry. Is there any other question before I hand it over to Maria to announce a well-deserved lunch break. All right. So we'll be around. If questions come up at a later point in time, we'll be happy to address them. Maria, do you want to do the announcement?
Yes, but now it's time for lunch, and we have up until 10 to 2. I hope you will be able to make it because we have a little bit of delay according to the agenda. So I would wish you have a good lunch. Take full advantage of the possibility to exchange with all experts and from SDM and from EUROCONTROL. And please be back at 10 to 2. Thank you. Okay, everyone. Are we ready to start? Doors are closed. I'm very happy to see that the conversations have been very good and animated during the lunch break. It's always nice to see you all, to exchange with you all, but now it's time for the second round of the day, where we hope that presentations will be shorter. They will be more focused on different topics. So it will be, let's say, maybe lighter than the heavy, important parts that we shared with you in the morning. Now, let's continue with the next thing on the agenda. I give the floor to Javier Rosendo, who is our LSIP coordinator, to present you the always very interesting point related to planning, deadlines, and milestones.
So, hello. I'm Javier Rosendo, as Maria said. I'm also an organizer, and as you see, I gave myself the best slot in the day when your attention span is at minimum level. So let's go first with the LSIP process. For those that are already familiar with it, there are not many novelties, but I think it's always good to kind of remember it a little bit so that we are on the same page about this. For those that are new, it's important that you pay attention. Please don't take an extra shot of coffee so you are familiar with this during the cycle. So the first part is looking at the past, is the preparation of the cycle that started well in advance between our colleagues with SDM and inside in EUROCONTROL. We start always looking what happened the previous cycle. We take your feedback with the satisfaction survey. We try to understand how we can improve the cycle. So we took this feedback and we try to put it in the form of updates into the LSIP database, all the documents that are prepared, the EIPAR, the SDM supporting material, all these things that have been introduced during the morning session. So we've been preparing the database to be ready for you. We did the update of the guidance material, all the content, and of course we tried to listen to you. You were said that it was really useful to you to have the pre-opening of the database. So if you can start anticipating some work before today, it's always good. So the database was open and announced the Monday of 15th of September. So I hope you made good use of it. If not, you can start working now. As well, we did the webinar for newcomers, as we normally do, for people that are coming new. But we received some feedback also from some people that are not new to the cycle, but that have been here for some years, and they said that they participated. And I think it's actually a good thing that you can do from time to time to kind of refresh a little bit. Why are we doing this? What are the basis of all this? So I think it's really interesting for some of you. Okay, if you didn't do it this year, maybe you can check next year for this because the information there it's applied to all of us. So after this, we get to the present, which is today with the kickoff event. Here we set a little bit the basis of what's the cycle gonna look like, and what's the scope of the work that you need to do. And as well, you have to do the bilateral meetings. I think there is already one that happened, but normally they happen after the event. So during these days, next week, or whenever you arrange with your contact person, this will be the moment to ask all your questions, to start the work and have everything ready for the cycle. And then it comes one big part of the cycle, which is the part when you need to actively work into the database. So actually fill in all the information. As usual, it will be the focal point, the national focal point, as Maria was mentioning before, the one who is responsible to fill in all this information and so on. Of course, you can arrange yourself because depending on the state, the size, the amount of stakeholders varies. So it's important that you organize, you try to find the best solution for you and to see who is filling in the database and how to better work to get the best data. It's important for us also that, and also for you, because in the end it's something that we have in common. It's the stabilization of information. For us, it's really relevant because it's the way that you are telling us this information is valid. This information I already checked, and this is something that we can that you can review. That we go, and even if there is no review, you could sign it in a document. So in the end, this is really important for us. It's a way to communicate and to understand that the work is done and that we can continue with the following phases. So as I was saying, it's important that as soon as possible, you start involving, you start distributing information, reports, any ways of working that you want to apply. But in the end, questions will come from your experts from different technical areas. So it's important that this come as soon as possible. And that's why we're also having this webinar that will be held on next Thursday, 13th of November. You can already register. If not, please ask us or check with your contact person, because in the end, it's really important that you participate in this. We will go giving a little bit of more deep analysis on the new objectives from EIPAR. I think normally focal points should be there, but also try to encourage your colleagues that are somehow impacted or related to these objectives, so they have the possibility to interact with the team and to see how to understand properly what they need to report, or how is these objectives can get to an implementation, a proper implementation. So this, please, this is to support you, so to help us to help getting this. So as soon as we can do it, which is the Thursday, 13th of November, it's the moment that we can start working on these new objectives. So we go later after you fill in greatly the database, you stabilize all the information. We go to the data cross-check period, which is the most interactive part of the cycle. It's when we really need to coordinate a lot between several parties, and it's important that we try to kind of connect and have a good understanding. So it will be as usual. During February and the first part of March, we will be running this data cross-check period. We'll take all the information that you reported into the database. And first, your contact person from the past unit, as well as Carlos, Simona, we will start checking all this information and working on that material to elaborate some kind of something consolidated to give it to our experts from EUROCONTROL that will assess everything in the database, and experts from SDM that will assess everything that is in the scope of CP1 regulation. So they will try to work in a coordinated manner. They will try to provide some feedback to you, and then this will come to us. We will try to filter, we will try to see, analyze a little bit, clean it and put it in a nice pack for you to receive this in the best form. So at that point, it will be the contact person delivering to you this change request. And you as focal points will always have the last word to decide if what's going on and what's not. So just a couple of simple scenarios of what could happen during this and what's the interaction expected. This is the best scenario, of course, which is the one that everybody's happy. So it's we, the CPs, open the change request. We propose suggestions and clarifications, something there. And the focal point says, wow, these guys from EUROCONTROL and SDM, they are brilliant, they are so wise, you know, they are perfect, this is great information. I don't think this ever happened, but okay, maybe it could be. And then if you are happy with it, we just perform the change in the database and we close the change request. And that's the process that we follow, and it's the easy one. The one in which you say, these guys from SDM and EUROCONTROL, you know, they are so idiot, they don't know, they don't understand anything, they are asking for this again, and so on, which will probably happen more. In this case, if you are not happy with the proposal, if it's something related to CP1, it will be either Simon or Carlo jumping directly into the change request with a comment trying to provide extra clarification. So this is what we really mean, if in case there's something you didn't understand or it was not clear, and so on. If it's something outside of the scope of CP1, it will be the contact person directly who will be dealing with you and so on. We don't want to make this is kind of a ping pong in which you are saying something, we are saying something else, and in the end it goes and so on. We understand that from previous experiences that the best way is just, okay, if it's not after a couple of messages, it's not working, we go for a meeting, we clarify, we say, we sit together, we call our experts, whomever needs to be involved is sitting there, and so the CP will call for this, and then we reach a solution. Either it's what was being proposed originally, or it's the position from the focal point, which can happen. So in the end, this is the agreement, and everybody has the same understanding on this. So after we have solved all these issues, the ones that you were happy about and the ones that are not so happy, we have a final snapshot of the database. The information is there, it's frozen, we don't touch it anymore, and we say, okay, now we can build all these documents. All the documents, the EIPAR, the ICAO ASBUs reporting, the ones from SDM. So in the end, we try to build everything, but for you, the most relevant is, of course, the LSSIP document, because it's the one in which you are going to work, in which you are involved. We will be working in this one during the last part of the cycle in a more coordinated way between the contact person and the focal point, and it will be as usual like this. So as you see, it's really important for us that we cooperate in a transparent and proactive manner, let's say, to have a successful cycle, because we have several parties involved in here, and it's really the key that to have this successful cycle. So after this, let's put some figures into it. So let's put some numbers and dates to these phases. So as usual, I said we already had some things before the reaching to today. We will have, during the data input, this webinar on November, so you can understand a little bit better, and this will support your reporting. We try to encourage stabilization from your side. We understand that, I mean, when I was studying, I was doing the same. I was giving, waiting for the last minute to close everything. But I mean, it's I think that's human nature. But we try to encourage you to do it at least not the last day, but the last week. So let's try to compromise to that, to this stabilization week in which we try to close everything, to make final interactions with experts in case we need to anticipate something. We can do so. So we arrive to the Friday, 30th of January, so the last day of January that is that you should work with the database blocking. This means that you will not be able to modify anything else in the database by yourselves, but conversations will follow during data cross-check period, and there might be some changes in there. As we said, we need to do some coordination between us with the experts and so on, but we need to commit to at some point to tell you, okay, this is our feedback. We are not going to be bringing new topics forever. So we say, okay, Friday, 20th of February, this is the moment that we stop bringing new things to the table. And then you have at least 3 more weeks to discuss, to check with your experts. We know that there's always some holidays around here and there, so it's sometimes it's difficult to contact everybody. Maybe you need one expert and he's skiing in the Alps, so okay, maybe it's better to organize. This is why we think it's also important that you try to anticipate these potential experts. Okay, maybe if you are not going to be available, if you find some backup, so this type of anticipation, it's always good at the national level, and this is why we encourage so. So after the 11th of March, as I said, this will be the freezing of the database. Here, there is no more modification. It's what it is, and this is the picture of LSSIP 2025 for that will be the input of all the documents that we need to build. After that, you can focus to work on the document to reach a working level agreed by Friday, 10th of April. Then there is always this process to gather all the signatures from your state, from your different stakeholders and all these people. We understand that the CEOs are normally difficult to reach and they are very busy, so we give some time for that until we get it. And then we allow some time until before summer, so we can close and we have all the LSSIP documents released, and we don't go into summer when it's really more difficult to contact people and to finalize all the printing and all the things that needs to be done. So, okay, after saying this on LSSIP, we also have the EIPAR process, which we were saying this morning, which is totally embedded, and in the end, it's totally related with this timeline. So in the end, as you see, we have this ad hoc session that is scheduled for next week, and that you should receive tomorrow the invitation. So to start the work and to see how the working arrangements are going to work in this sense. But you can see these estimated dates for the moment. One should be the first focal point info session should be around the 9th of December. This will be, as in the previous cycle, to start consulting you on the situation of the objectives, what's new candidates seem that could be part of the next EIPAR edition, how it's looking for some other objectives that are currently there. So we will do so. When we have a little bit of a better view on this content by the end of February, we will be doing another session in which it will be everything a little bit more mature. And then by May, between the 5th, 18th of May, okay, around that, you will receive the invitation to see the draft of EIPAR. So something more consolidated so you can check and see and understand how it's going. And of course, we will do a session by the end of June, in which will be kind of a closure of the cycle. So to see how EIPAR went, also how the situation with the cycle went. By then, we will already have the result of the survey that we will circulate by the end of the cycle. So in the end, you will be, we will have material to share with you and to listen to you, because it's, as I said, we always start the following cycle looking at the past and trying to understand how we can support you better. So after this, I will just close with some best practices. I already introduced some of them during my speech, but here you can see we try to revamp a little bit the guidance material. There is this share point that, again, I think it's useful for newcomers and latecomers. Everybody can consult things there, but especially I think for newcomers, it's really good to go deep there and try to understand, to familiarize with all these concepts. LSIP, now I see it as something simpler after 4 years here, but at the beginning, maybe it was not that simple. So I think it's good if you go, you check there, you see, we try to, some of the comments that you sent out last year, it was sometimes information was not easy to find, to track all this in this formatting and so on, it was not there. We've been working as well with SDM together. We've tried to revamp it, make it a little bit, maybe look nicer, I don't know, more attractive or appealing to be there and reading there. So you can check, all the information is updated. If you have any doubt there as well, you can go and check with your contact person, but I think it's something, a good practice to check this. And finally, some tips on recommended ways of working. So in general, I think establishing clear deadlines, establishing clear ways of working internally, it's important because it will be, it would foster the work in your organization. And I think this is happening every year more, but they're fully reliant on the LSIP database. I think at the beginning, when I arrived here, people were kind of not using all the potential of the database, and somehow they were working more on a paper basis or pen and paper. So, and I think it's important to use the database in this sense, because in the end you will realize it will help you with all these warnings, with all these things that says, hey, maybe this that you wrote in your paper is not consistent with the requirements. So I think it's important to use it. Also, the change request for the data check period is important because it allows us some transparency in between with SDM, with us, for you, with all the stakeholders. So it's really, I think using the LSIP database, it's really important. And as you see, I also put there big stabilize all the information in time. It's really, it's something that we really want to stress this year. It's because it helps us in understanding if things are really done or not. Then, thinking about the LSIP document, when you work on that, we have this other SharePoint, which is not the guidance, it's the LSIP SharePoint, in which we store the main documents, and also where we have these national folders when we can exchange documents and information with you. So using it to work on the LSIP document, I think it allows several people working there at the same time, and it helps in having not losing track of several versions here and there. But of course, you can check with your contact person and find the best ways for you to do so. And in general, as usual, whenever you have any doubt, ask your CP. We are here to help, and we will try to support you in the best manner for any technical doubt, for anything that you have with your stakeholders or so ever. So here, we are here. So thank you very much. I see more people awake than I expected by the end of the session, so it's I'm happy to see so. So if there is any question, I'm here. So all clear, that's great. I will leave you now with my colleague Alexandra that will give you a presentation on the projects module.
Thank you, Javi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Zener, and I would like to take just a few minutes to introduce you to the project models, one of our parameters that we use to track and collect information within our implementation framework and to reflect the changes that we have done for this cycle. First of all, you see in front of you, we want to, let's say, remind you our what, why, and the usage of the benefits. So let's start. What's the project module about? It's essentially for us a centralized view that allows us to collect the information about the projects that have a significant impact, whether at the national or regional level. Each project is directly linked to the ATM master plan and or to a specific implementation objective. In simple terms, it helps us to make sure that all relevant projects contributing to the ATM improvements are properly recorded. Why do we think this information is important? Basically, the data that we collect through the projects is supporting the implementation monitoring of the master plan, and it's feeding the network operation plans. And on top of that, it does provide us an early look on what's coming next, particularly the reference period for RP4, anticipating the future development. And finally, how do we use this data and what are the benefits? It completes the overall implementation planning and progress overview, and it can be used, as you saw in our tool, it's at different levels, national, multinational, FAB, or even pan-European. At this level, it allows us to see the concrete actions being deployed, and we identify the synergies between the regions. Basically, to sum up, now that we reminded you about this specific parameter that we have in the tool, is that for us, we consider that the project module is one of the key components in each monitoring cycle which needs to be revised. As you can see in the slide, we reminded you, it's quite small, the screenshot, but you see it where it is highlighted. Every year we try to bring some changes. We did align it as well this year with the changes reflected with EIPAR 2025 and the master plan. Therefore, when you will try to edit the project itself, you will see that you will have dedicated parameters for the strategic deployment objectives, for the deployment actions, and you will need to update the mapping to the RP3 and new RP4. However, as we don't want to burden you with the functionalities or other details on the steps, as my colleague Javi mentioned, we have a lot of materials introducing these small steps that need to be followed, whether it will be in the webinar that we have, the newcomers webinar, the LSIP SharePoint guidance material, in your bilateral meeting that is coming, or just simply ask our support, your contact person, the LSIP support team. We are here to assist you and guide you in the steps. Why is it? Because we do expect that you as a focal point update these projects every monitoring cycle. In the end, in the publication of the LSIP implementation overview document, we'll list only the ongoing, the frozen, and the current cycle closed projects. As I said, it's a very short presentation. So if there are no other questions, I will give the floor to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. And now, actually, we have a very interesting and important also interventions because we have here also the participation of the SESAR Free JU to cover also one topic which is important, which was mentioned several times during the morning session, that we are also continuing to monitor the implementation of the ATM master plans, and we are both using the two mechanisms that we have at our hands, both the implementation objectives but also the SESAR Solution questionnaire. And following the update of last year, we have made a significant update. So I'm very happy that we have Serge today with us to also say a few words of introduction to this part of the agenda.
Thank you, Maria. Yes, my name is Serge Baju. I'm working as a head of program managers in SESAR GU, and I'm really delighted to be within this audience. But I like for several reasons, and I think this is an important step in this cycle, EG cycle, and even more this year because since you know, as we have been adopting a new master plan end of December 2024, we have now a revised master plan where we have the community all agree on a different set of consolidated vision for the for European ITM system with a set of high performance ambitions to be achieved in different milestones. And this milestone has been characterized by different priorities, either in deployment for the horizon of 2035, and for also development activity that we are running inside SESAR GU for to deliver solutions that could be deployed after that by 2045 to accomplish the full SESAR vision. So far we are now focusing on the short term with the prioritization on the deployment activity that we have agreed as a community. This has been set, this has been the result of a lengthy consultation and coordination in order to define what could be the solutions, SESAR solutions, that we need as a community, we agree as a community to deploy by 2035. And that has been characterized in terms of strategic deployment objectives that are then decomposed in deployment actions which rely upon SESAR, a set of SESAR solutions. And we are aiming to report, and we are requested by the law and by the Commission to report on a yearly basis on the progress of these deployments towards the target date of 2035 for the component of the SDOs. So since we have this new master plan, now we are aiming to produce, by the end of the year, the first strategic deployment monitoring report, reporting on all the deployment activity which has happened up till end of December 2024, based upon all the inputs that you have provided and the quality of the information that you have provided in your national state report. So here we are closing the loop, and this is really important for us, between what we have agreed as a community in the master plan, what we have prioritized as a community in the master plan, and what we are actually monitoring and implementing on a yearly basis, and how we progress, what are the early movers, who are the early movers, where are the difficulties, and then we discuss and we report that to the governing board of SESAR GU under the leadership of the European Commission to assess or to analyze what could be the direction on which we need to improve the overall implementation of the SESAR program. I want to highlight on this, in addition to this activity that we are now doing with you as through the LC process and with the support of one of the projects that we have in SESAR, which is a transversal project called AMPL3 under the leadership of EUROCONTROL. We are gathering all the information, and and they are providing an analysis of all the information towards the objective of the master plan. We are also closing the loop with the PRB and the reference plan that the states, the same states, have been reporting or have been reporting as planning to do during the RP4 period. So the report that we are aiming to publish end of the year will already close the loop between the state reporting information through the LC process and the planning information reported for the PRB capture of reference plans. So that's just a short introduction from my side to recall the importance of this activity. I think this has been introduced since the beginning. Unfortunately, we were not available this morning because that was the launch of our evaluation of the new call of a proposal which has been submitted. So we were mandated to be all focusing on this objective. But it was important for me and for us as ASU in general to be there this afternoon and to support the launch of this cycle this year, as we want to reinforce the monitoring of the master plan. We have few objectives which have been translated and already activated, let's say, through the LC process. There's an additional questionnaire that our colleague Serena is going to introduce, which is equally important for us because we are going to use the two sets of information with AMPL3 to analyze the information that will be captured and consolidated, and to create and to generate an executive view that we can expose to our governing board, to your decision maker, at the highest level, including the European Commission, to assess what has been the progress in 2025 in the implementation of the master plan, and where are the weak points or the area where actions should be, in a coordinated manner, defined and proposed to secure and continue the progress of the implementation of the master plan. So now I leave the floor to Serena, because otherwise I can talk for all the afternoon, and this is not the objective.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Serge. Hello again. So even though the ATM master plan has a new structure and process, the planning section of the EIPAR 2025 covers all the strategic deployment objectives of the ATM Master Plan 2025. And as mentioned by Serge, this will serve as an input for the strategic deployment monitoring report. This information is gathered through two different LSIP mechanisms, the implementation objectives and the SESAR Solution questionnaire that you probably know already very well. So, talking about implementation objectives, we currently have 12 active implementation objectives linked to 8 SDOs, out of which 2 implementation objectives are not linked to any specific SESAR solutions. Within the SESAR Solution questionnaire, you will find 32 SESAR solutions linked to 10 SDOs. As you can see from the graph, to ensure the maximum coverage of the ATM Master Plan 2025, we included also solutions which are in the industrialization phase, which we didn't have before. Here's a list of the 12 active implementation objectives linked to any SDOs. And we have 7 objectives which were already existing, and we haven't changed those. We only mapped them against the SDOs. And then we have the 4, let's say, brand new objectives, and the 1 turned from initial to active this year. So this year, under the other questionnaires tab, you will find an updated SESAR Solution questionnaire. These changes are related to layout features, but content as well. As you can see, you have 2 subtabs. And the first one, the green one, is the ATM Master Plan 2025 related tab, where you will report against the 32 SESAR solutions linked to SDOs. And the links to SDOs and deployment actions are clearly marked. And you will also find an embedded hyperlink that will allow you to land on the SESAR 3JU detail page of the SESAR solution that you're consulting. The other tab, the blue one, collects the 33 SESAR solutions not linked to any SDO. And it has the structure that it had already in the past, the questionnaire. So here, no big news for you. Just be aware that you have 2 different tabs to address, and the solutions are splitted according to these 2 clusters. And thank you for your attention, Maria. Margot.
Okay. Do you have any questions on this? No, online as well. Don't hesitate to use the Q&A channel, because if you have some late questions, we may answer them. Okay, good. So then I have a look. No, I don't see anybody. Then in this case, we can proceed with the next one in the slot. I think we have actually foreseen to have the coffee break now. I just want to check if we can proceed with the presentations. At 3, okay. So because we are adapting, we know that the CNS PM questionnaires are very much a subject of a big interest and a lot of questions in potential. But our CNS PM colleagues today, have been making really the impossible to be able to join us. So I'm just said that now latest time of arrival is 3 o'clock. So then in this case, what I would propose is basically to anticipate a little bit the agenda and to improvise before we break, and maybe what would need good to be done to go with the PRM, which is going to give you an insight about our new tooling. We have been very heavily working on it already for quite some time. We are have very high hopes about the new features that it will allow us to have, and that actually we hope will make your life easier. So Flaminia, please go ahead.
Hello everyone. I'm Flaminia Barelli. You know me, I think. For the past 5 years, I've been working with the PASS unit. And this year, I'm going to present you, I have the pleasure to present you some news about our new application, our new tool. The planning reporting and monitoring platform, the PRM. But first, I want to start with what we've had until today in terms of support, in terms of our main application database, the LSIP database. The LSIP Plus database has been our main tool of work for the past 30 years, more than 30 years. It's one of the oldest applications of the agency, and it's still running and supporting our work greatly, if I must admit, let's say, compared to how old it is. We have been working with it for a long time, and so we have seen in the past that it has, it has evolved with us. It has brought different challenges. But it also welcomed, for example, in 2021, unified reporting for the CP1 monitoring. So we need to be thankful to it for having supported us for so many years and so greatly. But I would say now that it's time to take the next step, probably, and to move to something that is definitely newer, fresher, and a tool that we are at least trying to design to be scalable, seamless, and future-ready. But what are we talking about concretely? So again, PRM platform, but what is new compared to the past? So first of all, the PRM is a cloud-based software. So we're working on it. It's already there, let's say, not yet delivered to you and visible to your eyes, but it's a work in progress. So it is hosted in the cloud. And the main difference compared to the LC Plus tool is that it will not just be the LC Plus application, but it will be a platform hosting potentially multiple applications in one portal. Because of that, it will allow data cross-feeding across the different applications. So it means that if you are reporting on LSIP and there are other areas that maybe need an input from the LSIP database, the connection will be automated and basically invisible to you so that you don't have to report twice on the same topic. As it happens today for NetSys and OLDI, but for example, NetSys and OLDI today are a separate tool, so they need to be maintained separately. What we're also introducing is a flexible, let's say, way of reporting during the calendar year. So until now, you know that we have, one reporting period over one time of the year. So every time between September and March, you are submitting your data. It will probably not change in the future, but should that be the case, so should we need to probably report on a specific topic on a more frequent basis, for example, the new application will be able to support that. There will be advanced real-time analytics, so things that you are seeing more or less today, but I mean, fresher, more futuristic look, I would say. And faster, probably, with a better performance. And last but not least, and most importantly of all, the data will be protected in like properly. So each and every user will be able to access just the area that it will subscribe to, let's say. And the data will be protected according to the standards, let's say in EUROCONTROL, but also in Europe. So then I will deep dive in what happens to the LC Plus application. So we're talking, we have a big portal, but then we need to migrate LSIP. So we need to bring all the work that we've been doing until today into the new platform. So the LC Plus application basically has been the first one to be brought into the new platform. We call it refactoring because we are trying to keep all the functionalities that you've been seeing until today to ensure business continuity for all the work that we're doing. But of course, we need to bring enhancements. Otherwise, I mean, there wouldn't be any point in migrating to a new application. So definitely, the new application will have a fresh look and feel, and the performance will be definitely better than what we have been experiencing until today. On the right-hand side of my slide, you will see the structure of the platform. It will seem familiar to you because in the end, eventually, we're not changing much. So there will be 5 areas. The main difference for you would be that you will also have access to the planning area, which has been invisible until today. So you will be able to access the details of the implementation objectives on the application rather than just on PDF documents, for example. Then the others are, as you know already, so the monitoring part, the reports, the dashboarding, and then of course there will be an admin section that's is hidden and that will allow us to basically maneuver the tool from the backend. What else? We are improving functionalities to ensure that we have a smoother CP1 reporting that we're doing in close collaboration with our SDM colleagues and Carlo and Simona specifically, so that we're sure that everything that we're doing right now in LC Plus is brought and in a better shape and form into the PRM. As I said before, of course, if the main portal features interactive real-time dashboards, the LC Plus will be the first one to experience that. And all of them, of course, will be available to you and definitely with customized access. So it doesn't mean that some states will see the data of others and so on. Again, ad hoc data releases, so meaning if we need more frequent data collection on a specific topic, subset of items, we can do that. Again, it's not the case today, but we never know what the next 10 or 20 years bring us. And finally, and most importantly, we are definitely migrating all the data that you have been sharing with us for the past 30 years. Well, not all the 30 years, but let's say the last 4 or 5 into the PRM, so that whenever we launch the tool, which hopefully will be soon, you will not need to start from scratch, but you are basically starting off from where you left the cycle before. What's the roadmap? So this, I think it's very important to share. You will see that there's still some work going on. So there is still like a software development to be done, although we are already putting some work in. And then there is the time where the application will eventually go live. So in September, I'm really proud and honored to share that we delivered our first let's say, minimum viable product, the MVP of the LC Plus tool within the PRM. It was a very tight, let's say, schedule and lots of work, but we eventually managed to deliver on time and on budget, which is great. And the idea is that in May 2026, we deliver live the full application. So meaning that the full LC Plus is being migrated into the new platform. And so the 2026 cycle in October can be kicked off with the new application. So where then, how do we train you? How do we take you on board to access and to use the new platform. So here are some milestones that we are foreseeing right now, probably subject to change, but hopefully not, you know. But that's the idea. So first of all, the first deadline is in November 2025. So we're envisaging to have our first user hands-on session to start testing the tool. We're still in a, let's say, beta version, but we would like to get some feedback from you final users to see how it works, how it feels, if you have some feedback or anything you would like to tell us, let's say, to improve the application as it has been built until today. So, and that would be on the features, let's say, of the MVP. Then in summer 2026, we envisage to have a second user hands-on session on the full application that will be hopefully delivered in May. So that's right before the cycle starts. Then in September, to have the full user training. So probably will take like 1 month, 1.5 months. Let's see how it goes. And then up until the end of the year and maybe even later, I mean, it depends on how it goes, but we envisage to have sort of like weekly Q&A live sessions so that you can connect and see if, I mean, if you have questions, if you want us to provide any clarification or anything. So now really to explain a bit more in detail how we envisage this user training to happen, I'm gonna switch to my next slide. And give you a little bit more details. So what do we mean by hands-on session? So a hands-on session is, let's say, a period of time, I would say like 2-3 weeks, where we would call for you to volunteer to access our tool and test it. We're searching for, let's say, a small group of people, just to make sure that we can intake all the feedback that you're going to give us. So we're searching for like up to 10 volunteers. As I explained just before, we're going to have 2 sessions, November and July, something like this, summer next year. And the main idea is that you test the functionalities that you will be using in the cycle 2026. So this is to help us to share, again, feedback for improvement, to see if we can introduce new features or modify what we've been building until today, etc. Acknowledging that what we are building today also already takes into account all your feedback from the past LSIP events. So we're not building something that does not have your contribution already, in a way. During these hands-on sessions, you of course will not be left alone. So we're preparing guidance material, we're preparing tutorials for you to follow, some testing scenarios so that you are guided on the actions that we're asking you to test. And definitely you will have an open channel with us, with the team, so that you can contact anytime you wish, anytime you want for full live support. The user training then will be enlarged to all the community. It will most probably, to be confirmed, but it will be self-paced training material. It will be available on the Aviation Learning Center. And the idea is that, again, everybody gets trained on the tool before we kick off the cycle, so that we guarantee a minimum set of skills to use the tool properly and to feel comfortable, so for you to use the new tool. Last but not least, the live Q&A sessions. So again, starting from September probably of next year until December, maybe even January, we'll have like a weekly session of Q&A. So you can just, you will be sent all the invitations. You can connect to whatever session you would like. And then we take live questions. We can share, for example, live demos or of functionalities that you didn't understand or they're not clear how to use, etc. And the idea is that you don't connect only to ask questions, but also maybe to listen to what the others are experiencing, and if you feel like the same on a specific functionality or feature, and so on. You can see that, well, work has been going on for the past year, so we are working on it very much, and I mean day and night not, but almost. There is still some work to do because there are some developments until May next year that needs to be definitely done to deliver the tool that you need for the cycle of next year. But well, it's coming soon, so hang tight, and we'll try to be there when it's needed. I'll take questions if you have any. Okay, cool. Coffee break.
Okay, I think everybody is now in a need of coffee. Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, just take opportunity, or if you have informal questions that you do not dare to ask out in the session, please go and see Flaminia. We for sure, in an anticipation of maybe something quite obvious, if you have the willingness to contribute to these hands-on early onboarding sessions, please let your CP know, and then we will arrange that for you. Again, it's not normal. It won't take 3-4 weeks. Absolutely not. It's just a period where you will be given access to do this. But if you are interested, please let your CP know so that we get in contact with you, and you will get all the formalities about the sessions. So with this, then, we will conclude this first part where we had to adapt a little bit to the availabilities of the speakers. And now I think we have 15 minutes for a short coffee and refreshment before we come back to listen what our CNS PM colleagues will have to tell us. Thank you.
For everybody in the meeting room, there is coffee available outside of the meeting room. Thank you.
So time to regain the places again. We are almost there with the program for today. For the people online, we had a small logistics hiccup with the coffee provision that has delayed a little bit the coming back to the room. Okay, I give, really just a few more seconds for people to come and so that we close the door. Okay, so let's start. Now we have two more presentations to see before the end of this day. And now I'm very happy to give the floor to our colleagues from the CNS Program Manager, at the moment, Nicola Erdmans, in order to present what CNS PM is doing in terms of reporting, how we are collaborating, what is the purpose of it, and how they use the information. So please, Nicola, Angel, come on.
Thank you, Maria. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, I will give you an update on the monitoring of the CNS MON definition by states. It's actually an update to a presentation that was already given last year, given that we already had a questionnaire in the LSIP tool last year, but we now have an objective supporting this questionnaire. Just a bit of a recap. What are we talking about? What is the European CNS MON about? So MON was originally very much associated with the minimum navigation infrastructure that supports the reversion to conventional navigation procedures in the case of GNSS loss. But in the context of the CNS MON, CNS Program Manager activities, and also based on the work done in the context of the Operational Excellence Program since 2021 with the operational stakeholders, we have extended that concept and not only looked at reversion to conventional navigation procedures, but also the optimization of both the navigation and surveillance infrastructure to ensure robustness to GNSS interference, but also to make it more cost efficient, more environmentally sustainable, more spectrum efficient, more resilient to interferences, and not compromising safety and security. We came up with a concept that is accompanied with guidelines, and those are to be used by states to dimension their infrastructure. They may want to maintain capacity in case of a reversion, or may not want, and that's the kind of local assessments that need to be done to dimension the local infrastructure and the local MON to the operational needs. So we have the European MON concept and design criteria, a deliverable that was adopted last year with general principles to optimize the CNS infrastructure. And it takes a bit of a kind of idealistic approach, no borders, no crisis. And then that needs to be combined, of course, with the national MON and evolution plan definition, which is based on local constraints, local requirements, and which, this definition can be supported by the common guidelines which are included in our deliverable. So by combining this high-level approach with the concept and the monitoring of the local deployments, we aim to achieve a balanced approach with the top-down and the bottom-up approaches being combined. So in terms of monitoring, so what is new this year is that we introduce a new objective, which is purely there to monitor the definition of the MON by local states. But we've already had a MON questionnaire since last year, and since many more years, we've had a surveillance questionnaire in the LSIP tool. So those tools we are using and reusing to monitor the implementation of the MON in states. We are also conducting visits, so having CNS optimization workshops where we can discuss with local experts, with the local CAAs, the local military representatives, the optimization of the local infrastructure. And that's quite useful to be able to really address the local constraints in an open and transparent manner. This exercise has been very helpful for us to also better understand the local requirements, the local constraints, the specificities that states were facing, and also identify the best practices. And no later than yesterday, we were in Estonia, where we met the local ANSP, the Air Force, the military authorities, the civil authorities, the airport operators, where we discussed the local CNS infrastructure and their local environment. So we have 2 more states that we plan to visit by the end of the year, Italy and the Netherlands. But of course, we are open to visit more states, and we would like to visit as many as possible to have the most complete picture of the local requirements and the local CNS environment in Europe. Just to recap, in terms of monitoring of the LSIP, so we have the implementation objective to systematically monitor the MON planning progress by all member states. We have the MON questionnaire that was introduced last year to collect more information about the planned end state of the MON, including, for instance, the number of navigation heads. And we sought synergies with both the surveillance questionnaire and the PBN transition plans. So the surveillance questionnaire was already there since a few years. And when we introduced the MON questionnaire last year, we made sure that, for instance, some of the information that was entered in the surveillance questionnaire would automatically be copied in the MON questionnaire. And I think that this year we've improved this further by simply removing the duplication between the MON questionnaire and the surveillance questionnaire, and the detailed elements related to the surveillance infrastructure will be kept in the surveillance questionnaire. I mentioned the PBN transition plans. This is not related to the LSIP process, but it's also, let's say, a means for us to follow the details of the planning of the national navigation infrastructure. There is a regulatory obligation for states to publish, to approve and publish the PBN transition plans, and before that to coordinate the definition of the PBN transition plans with a number of stakeholders. And we have recently proposed updated templates to better capture the nature of the navigation MON and to link the infrastructure with the operational procedures. So this is also a means for us to monitor the development of the MON, and in particular the navigation part of the MON. And last but not least, as I just mentioned, we are also visiting states, holding CNS optimization workshops locally for in-depth discussions on the local conditions, requirements, and constraints. And again, if you've not had the opportunity to host such a workshops and you would like to do so in the future, do not hesitate to come back to me, and I'm sure we can arrange something in the coming month. And I believe that is my last slide before handing over to Angel, who will focus more on the surveillance aspect. This is just an overview of the MON questionnaire. So as I just mentioned, the questionnaire now only features 2 tables to collect communication and navigation information. The surveillance table has been removed, and the surveillance data will be collected in the surveillance questionnaire in the surveillance sensors table. So for each item in the table, we would like you to provide the current situation of the infrastructure, but also the future situation of the infrastructure at the date at which the MON will fully be implemented in your country. And there's been further tweaking on the table, for instance, in the split of ILS category. As is usually the case, the data has been pre-filled based on the data of the 2024 cycle. And that completes, I believe, my presentation. So if you have any specific questions on the MON questionnaire and the MON monitoring, I'm open to any comment.
Hello. Just one question regarding this last line in your slide. Please report on CivMil-owned infrastructure used for civil purposes only. So is it like a mixed ownership? I'm just wondering because we do have some infrastructure, but it's not mixed ownership, but there are mixed users. So I'm just trying to see, just to clarify this last line on the slide. Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, maybe the wording of that last line is a bit misleading. Yeah, please only report on, I think it would say, military-owned infrastructure used for civil purpose only. So if you have military infrastructure that is not used for civil purpose, doesn't need to be included.
So I don't see any hands raised online either. Okay, so in this case, thank you very much, Nicola, for your time and for the presentation. And now on health.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ángel Jarama. I work as a surveillance expert in EUROCONTROL in the CNS unit. And I am going to present you an update of the surveillance questionnaire on what is included this year, what is new, and why are we asking for these questions. First, I start with an overview of what are we asking in the surveillance questionnaire. We are currently including 6 different tables. The first one is about the surveillance project, as you can see in the top right part of the slide. Here we are asking about information about what are any kind of surveillance project that you are developing in your country or is planned to be developed in your country. This could be installation of new sensors, the commission of new sensor, of all sensors, in modernization of some systems, etc. The second table we include is to provide a complete overview of the surveillance sensors that are installed currently in the year 2025 and the evolution during the years. And here we divide by type of sensor and for some of them, what is the application of them. The third table is about the surveillance parameters that are sent through the enhanced surveillance, and this would be the DAP or the ADD through ADSB. Is the last table we see in the bottom right part. And here we are asking information about where are you using this downlink aircraft parameter. This could be at ATCO level, in different tools, or usage by the tracker. The fourth table is moving towards the operational use of the data, and is what is used ADSB. This could be either operationally or in different services that are not directly linked to the controller, but you have several options, as you can see in the table 4. We are also asking about the different separation applications that you are applying in the different airspace using the surveillance data. And the last table, the 6th one, is something that we included last year about the surveillance data sharing and infrastructure sharing. In this case, you have 3 different tables. The first one is to indicate what is the data that is imported from other organizations. The second table is your organization is sending data to other organizations. And the third one is if the infrastructure is shared, not only the data, but also either the property or the management of the infrastructure. This is what is included now. And in this slide, I am going to explain you what is the difference with respect to the previous LSIP cycle. There is no new information that we are asking in this questionnaire. We haven't added any any new table or new fields. The only thing that we have done is to improve the tables for the surveillance data sharing and the infrastructure sharing. Last year, you only had the opportunity to report from the point of view of one organization, and now we have included in these tables an additional column to indicate which is the organization that is reporting. So in countries where there are more than one ANSP, or that you want to report from the point of view of the ANSP, from the military, and for the airports, you can include different lines for indicating which is the organization that is reporting this data. And the second change that we have done this year to the questionnaire is something that has mentioned Nicola, that we have integrated the MON surveillance table from last year to the surveillance sensor from this year. So the first column of the surveillance sensor table from 2025 to 2030 are the same. We have just added the new year to report further in the future. And we have also included the MON column to indicate if there is an already defined MON for surveillance or not, and the comment columns to put in free text as much information as you consider necessary. Why are we asking for this information? In general, we started several years ago with the inclusion of the surveillance questionnaire in the LSIP, and is mainly to have a pan-European view of the surveillance infrastructure and what are the benefits that are extracted from all the surveillance sensors, from all the surveillance projects, etc., and the trend related to the infrastructure evolution. With that, we also get a view of the operational use of the applications and what is the technology use. Well, if I come back to the previous slide, as you can see, some of the graphs that we are generating with the consolidated data from all the countries is the evolution on the comparative surveillance in the bottom left part, the evolution on the legacy systems like the mode ACs, what is the trend in the PSRs deployment, etc. One of the main uses of this information is to spread the knowledge of the whole community, and then the creation of best practices to share with the rest of the NSPs and the rest of the organization. And another objective is to benchmark or compare between different organizations to understand what can be done, what cannot be done, etc. And regarding the CNS PM, this data may also serve as input to the CNS PM activities, including the evolution plan, the evolution report, etc. The graphs that you can see in the screen, in the top right part is the operational use of ADSB in green. These are areas where it was used in 2022. The map is a little bit old. You can scroll to the right in the web page. And in the bottom part of the slide, you can see the operational use of the downlink aircraft parameter and where is used operationally the ADSB. This was my last slide. If you have any question or any comment.
No. Again, don't hesitate. We are really making a big effort with our colleagues to focus the presentations, to be very clear of the what, of the why, of how this data that is collected through the questionnaires is used, because this is some kind of a reoccurring issue or concern that is raised in our exchanges and throughout the collaboration with through the focal points and the CPs. So I'm happy if this corresponds to your expectations. And yeah, I don't see any hands raised. Only one invitation online provided from Estonia, inviting everybody not to hesitate to call CNS PM for a workshop. So they are very happy with the experience. So thank you, Angel. Okay, good. And this brings us to the last official point of the agenda, which is always very interesting, and which we are always very happy when we have volunteers that are coming here to share their experience from the other side of the process. This whole day was about us. It was about the EUROCONTROL team. It was about the SDM activities. It was about our different other domains that are taking advantage of the reporting mechanism and that we provide. So now it's time to give the floor to the stakeholders. In our usual slot this year, best practices and how the process works from stakeholders, we have the pleasure to have Eric Chambrois, who will present you the point of view of stakeholders who is facilitating a project in the process in one quite big and complex state. So thank you very much, Eric, for accepting to share your experience. And now the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So as mentioned by Maria, my name is Eric Chambrois from France. I've been attending these meetings for already some time, so many people might know me already. I tried to prepare something quite short, but apparently some of the points I captured or identified have been of interest already today. Additional may also pop up along the way, so I will try to be brief while presenting to leave some room for questions or comments at the end. Okay, so I'm presenting the situation in France, where the activity is coordinated by the state with strong involvement of all stakeholders via dedicated contact persons who are also relying on many experts. On the civil side, the stakeholders for the authority is represented by one where the reg role is shared between the state and the NCA, so National Competent Authority, was in charge of certification and oversight of ANSPs. One main ANSP, the SNA, which has two roles, ANSP and AISP. One med provider, Météo France, 5 airport operators, so APO role, covering 6 major airports, Paris Charles de Gaulle, Paris Orly, Nice, Marseille, Lyon, and Toulouse. Out of these, 3 of them are fully covered by CP1, are fully within the CP1 scope, and the 4th one is partially involved. On the military side, there is one military authority, reg role, and that MIL authority is a single point of contact for reporting as ASP, so ANSPs. The way we work, we are 3 main organizations, the state, DSNA, and MIL authorities. Which are directly involved in the database management and LSIP institutional aspects under the coordination of the national coordinator, the state, myself. So you could have seen, but our military colleague had other commitment and had to leave, but DSNA is represented. So if you want to have some question or inputs from them, please feel free at the end of the presentation. And the military colleague was also present. So those 3 organizations do participate to the LSIP kickoff event and to the bilateral meeting, which normally we have on the day following the kickoff event. Those 3 organizations are the only one inserting data in the database and participating in the harmonization meeting to stabilize the database. To organize the process in France, we have a national kickoff, which is shortly after this meeting, involving all French stakeholders. The objective is to present the key element from today and the bilateral tomorrow, also communicating the national timeline and priorities. That will be one of the elements developed later. To provide a refresher on internal rules to ensure some quality and harmonized reporting, and also reminding the importance of being consistent with other reporting mechanisms, as we are bound by many of them. I will mention two others, the performance regulation and EU funding reporting. So the STAR reporting and all the reporting due under EU regulation 2019-317. The database management, as mentioned, DSNA and Mill Authority deal with their own contribution in the database, and the state is managing the database on behalf of all the other stakeholders, namely the state, the French NCA, Météo France, and all airport operators. It is obviously made on the detailed contribution of all of these stakeholders, and the full commitment is, for example, can be seen through the review that they are performing once the data are inserted through the read access to the database that has been granted to all. So first we have a kickoff, then we insert data, and then we harmonize and stabilize. So the stabilization is only made by the state after a positive final review has been performed. So all three main organizations do participate in the review, and usually one representative of other CP1 stakeholders. We normally plan 2 sessions, first in case we have some additional update to perform, and also, because that's live, for late data insertions. We do have a similar process, but on a weekly basis to address change requests, meaning that the state is the only one providing inputs to the country portfolio, or to the CP, I mean the counterpart at EUROCONTROL, and this is again done after a joint review. So what goes well and the challenges? A couple of years ago, there was a merge of the legacy LSSIP and SDM reporting. This initiated a global coordination platform encompassing CP1 implementation, which was not the case before. Previously, the SDM reporting was performed by SDM based on bilateral meeting with each individual stakeholders. So what was an initial weakness, the year when we merged both reporting, we could identify some discrepancies, which were like a legacy from the previous practice, and we quickly identified the need for a close coordination. First, to align and have something decent within LSSIP. And this platform has been going on and has become a good strength. As we do share, I mean, concerns and issues and find solutions and foster efforts, and also raise the awareness of everyone, as usually a stakeholder will be leader on some packages and will be just a contributor. So one of the outcome of those meetings was to make sure that people would not only focus on where they are leaders, but also keep some efforts for where they are contributors, since the compliance is coming from the overall picture of both consumers and providers. This also quickly became a single point of contact to interact with SDM, e.g. for the SDP risk monitoring. So this was a natural development of the ongoing coordination at the national level, and was kind of pushed by the stakeholders. I mean, the French stakeholders. The challenges we are facing are related to the size of the country, which is quite wide, and to the size of organization, which are quite big. So I guess that a couple of colleagues this morning I mentioned Spain, but I guess Germany and Italy are facing similar challenges. One of the consequences of this situation is that we have a number of objectives which is quite high. So lots of efforts, but also lots to manage. And we are looking forward to the new tools, because with the current tools, there are some limitations or constraints that we need to live with, and which have a couple of dummy objectives that we would like to filter out. We can't for now, but we will be in the future. So that's a good point, because we want to have something which is legible and that is really useful. The second aspect was also touched upon this morning. It's about the variety of experts. When you have a big organization, you have lots of people that can be approached on the single topic. And so this could be with regard to different reporting mechanism, depending on whether you're replying to the EU, to EU funding, to SDM, or any other mechanism. You could have different people that are a point of contact. First thing. The second thing is that when you deal with big organization, you will have very talented technical experts that work at a technical level, but life is what it is, and sometimes you need to make some trade-off with financing and potential delays on software major system and programs. And then this doesn't mean that experts don't know their thing. They know the technical details. They might miss part of the institutional and financial aspects. This is one of the elements that is mandating us to try to align the reporting. And as I already mentioned, as soon as I started again, because I did work a little bit on LSSIP many years ago, but when I started again like 5 years ago, from the beginning, even when it was not requested or required, I tried to have something, maybe not the projection, but having something which is fully consistent between the various reporting. For example, we had a lecture on projects, so I tried to ensure the alignment of the benefits declared in the project and the one that are declared in the performance plan. That's one of the items. I could mention many others. So this is just, and I guess that this does make sense to big countries, that we have to deal with life. We make expert working. We need to get ready for whenever we can go for it, to have everything prepared. So a bit of coordination and a close monitoring is needed to make sure that the reporting which is being done is kind of aligned. Another example is that during the performance plan drafting for the RP4 period that is covering 2025-2029, there was also a CP1 implementation aspect to be presented, and it's good to have something which is aligned with LSSIP, which is publicly available. But this does consume time and effort. Yeah, the personal conclusion is that sometimes too many experts might be, or resources might be just as difficult to manage as just scarce resources. Probably a little bit of an issue for the rich, but still something to deal with. The last point I wanted to mention in this section is that we are facing an increasing number of questionnaire, which is raising concern on both resources, sometimes also desirability, and I might mention a couple of them. And then we do put some priorities. When we have a lack of resources, we need to decide. So I can mention one element. For the last 2 years, we didn't update the voluntary SESAR solutions, and we did filter them out from the LSSIP document because it's getting outdated. But at some point, we have a lot to provide, and we need to make priorities. And it's better to focus and have something which is of good quality for what we do than like putting a little bit of effort everywhere. At least that's our approach. That's one point about the desirability. I mean, I didn't raise any question, but I commented lengthily, I guess, last year about the MON and the fact that this is something that has been put on the shoulders of the LSIP focal points without prior coordination, and that I would personally advocate to go for a similar system as the one for RASP, where there are some dedicated focal points and experts which are dealing. We can have a common tool, fair enough, but with dedicated point of contact. So at some point, if no one is handling that, in the end, ultimately, we need to handle it at the level of the state. And as I mentioned, decide where we want to put our efforts. What do we do with LSIP document? The outcome of the LSIP plus exercise is used for different purposes. During the signature process, we are using it to raise the awareness of top-level management on both successes, achievements, and also challenges in the current year and ahead of us to potentially take action. So we use it also to monitor CP1 implementation, both internally and with external partners. I mentioned SDM with the SDP risk monitoring, and also the European Commission and the performance plan. And as I mentioned already, like sometime we may need to take action if there is a need and when required. Ultimately, it's also a way to identify potential discrepancies with other reporting mechanism and align accordingly, meaning doing the exercise of LSIP might attract our attention on the fact that maybe a reporting in another forum was potentially not fully taking on board all of the elements. And with that, this is the end. So if you have any question or comments, you're welcome. And hopefully I did respect the slot.
Absolutely. Great timekeeping. Thank you, Eric. So any feedback, questions to Eric? Do you experience the same, or it is totally different on your side? Would you agree or challenge? No? Okay, I don't see other reactions. I'm checking. Thank you very much, Eric. So, thank you. And this brings us to the end of the day. Before we close it, I just want to give once again the floor maybe to Heiko, to Ramon, to say something to wrap up the day. That again was very intense, and it will be good to say a few closing notes.
Thank you very much, Maria. I hope that you are still, let's say, attentive and listening, and that it was not too tiresome, all the presentations. But I, from my point of view, found it really very interesting also to see how everything connects. So we have a kind of core, which is the CP1, which is referring to a certain mandate and also for the European Union. Then we have the wider scope, which is the ICAO, encompassing more topics and also with a larger scope. And then, which also is very interesting, is that we have the link to the global hemisphere, to ICAO, to see how it all connects. And I think that was really, really very interesting. And I found it very, very good to hear that. We learned a lot about also the SESAR deployment program, the progress of implementation of CP1, the monitoring process, the new topics that we have there, as also we learned from the ICAO. We learned about the new ATM master plan from SGU perspective. We learned about the PRM tool. We heard some news from CNS PM. We also had the speech from Eric about, let's say, his experience in France Also very interesting and very good. And that could also bring me to another point that as you hear us talks for the different member states, I would really encourage you and advise you to also seek close contact with your military counterparts, because I think that's something that for us is an area that could cause some challenges. The military are also part of the overall aviation framework, and they need to be in a position to participate in the normal way of day-to-day operations. And I think that's something that we cannot express more and more, that also for them, it would be challenging if they don't invest in all the, let's say, changes and functionalities that are now being in the position to be deployed on the civilian side. So I think that could be something for you to take in your home countries and also emphasize that and try to explain it to your military colleagues. That would be something I would really be very happy if you could do that. Then, of course, what also was mentioned before, we are now working on the definition of the Common Project 2, so the successor of the CP1, the CP2 proposal, which is also a process that will require a lot of interchanges and discussions, and it's already kicked off. So also there I can just encourage you to have an ear on the rail and listen what's going on there. And also, of course, I would like to take the floor, as I'm from STM, to make some promotion for the next upcoming events that we have, which is, I think it was mentioned by Ramon already, the AF6 Plus coordination platform. It will take place on the 21st of October, 2025. And even if you're not participating yourself, maybe you can promote that internally in your organization. And last but not least, we have the AIM swim workshop, which will take place on the 28th of October 2025, which also could be very interesting because we try here to have a kind of common comprehensive roadmap of how we want to deploy the AIM functionality within Europe. So thank you very much. I hope you had really a very good day here and got good interchanges. And I wish you all a good and pleasant journey home. And keep us all in good memory. And please come back next year. And of course, we would not be so unhappy if this room would be a bit fuller. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heiko. Thank you very much. Of course, I would support your conclusions, your invitations. It's always very nice to see the room full, to see people here listening to us, exchanging with us, because we always very much appreciate this collaboration. We have said it many times from EUROCONTROL perspective this morning. We really value the process because it brings in a unique setup this collaboration between so many different states, between so many different stakeholders to work together to basically demonstrate their engagement on improvements that are bringing the European ATM forward. Things that none of us can do alone. We need to agree what to do together, how to do this together, and that's why the role of the process, the role of the EUROCONTROL implementation plan there, it's also very important. So I also would like to thank you again for your patience, for the fact that you have been here with us, that you have carefully listened to all the presentations. We are very much looking forward the work that we have to start doing, because maybe we will see all together each other next year, but we have a lot of work to do together as of already tomorrow, because we have a lot of bilaterals that are already scheduled. It's going to be an intense period. We will speak to you from LSSIP EIPAR perspective already next week, when we will invite you to have this clarification information session about the new process. I'm really, again, looking forward together with my team for yet another successful and fruitful LSSIP 2025 cycle. So thanks a lot. It was our pleasure to meet you. Have a good evening. Have a good safe trip home whenever it happens, today or tomorrow. And we will keep in touch with you, I'm sure. Thank you. And some logistics again, because we try to be green in EUROCONTROL. If you don't want to take this with you, you can bring it into the box just outside the room if you don't going to use the badge. So I follow the instructions here. Thank you.